2 miles beneath the surface of the Atlantic, where sunlight has never touched and pressure would crush steel like paper, something extraordinary waits in the darkness. The ocean floor holds secrets that defy our understanding of physics, history, and life itself. Submarines that vanished without explanation, sonar readings that shouldn't exist, sounds from the abyss that challenge everything we thought we knew about the deep. Tonight, we descend into these hidden depths together. Over the next 4 hours, we'll explore mysteries that have puzzled naval experts for decades and discover phenomena that exist only in the crushing silence of the deep ocean. Let the rhythm of these underwater enigmas carry you into rest, as we journey through stories that remind us how much remains unknown beneath the waves. Close your eyes. The descent begins now. The disappearance of the USS Scorpion. When the USS Scorpion failed to return to Norfolk Naval Base on May 27, 1968, the Navy initially classified it as overdue. 5 days later, they quietly reclassified it as presumed lost. What they didn't announce to the families waiting on the pier was that they had already been searching for wreckage for nearly a week. The Scorpion, a 252-foot nuclear attack submarine, had transmitted its final message on May 21st, while heading home from a covert surveillance mission in the Mediterranean. The crew of 99 men had been at sea for nearly 3 months, and their families had already begun preparing welcome home celebrations. But somewhere in the deep Atlantic, between the Azores and the American coast, the submarine had simply vanished. The search that followed became one of the most intensive deep-sea operations in naval history. The Navy deployed 27 ships and multiple aircraft, scanning 3,000 square miles of ocean. They found nothing. No oil slicks, no debris, no distress signals. The Atlantic had swallowed the Scorpion whole, leaving behind only questions and theories that would persist for decades. 5 months later, the Navy announced they had located the wreckage in 11,000 feet of water, roughly 400 miles southwest of the Azores. The official cause, released after a naval court of inquiry, was catastrophic implosion due to an internal explosion. But the evidence recovered from the ocean floor told a more complex story, one that has never been fully explained. The wreckage pattern itself defied conventional understanding. The submarine had broken into several distinct sections, but the nature of the damage suggested something far more violent than a simple structural failure. The sail had been completely severed, twisted at an impossible angle. The hull showed signs of both inward and outward explosion forces, creating a contradiction that investigators struggled to reconcile. Deep-sea photographs revealed details that the Navy kept classified for years. The torpedo room, typically one of the most strongly built sections of a submarine, had been obliterated. Yet other, more fragile areas remained relatively intact. This selective destruction pattern led some investigators to suspect that the submarine's own weapons had detonated, but the question remained, why? One theory centered on a malfunctioning torpedo. The Mark 37 torpedoes carried by the Scorpion had a troubling history of electrical problems. If one had activated while still in its tube, it might have begun seeking a target, finding the submarine itself in the process. The torpedo's sonar could have locked onto the Scorpion's hull, guiding the weapon in a fatal circle back to its launcher. But former crew members who had served on the Scorpion during earlier deployments raised doubts about this explanation. They described extensive safety protocols specifically designed to prevent such an accident. Multiple redundant systems would have had to fail simultaneously for a torpedo to arm itself and fire from within the submarine. More troubling evidence emerged from the submarine's final communications. The Scorpion had reported mechanical problems with its snorkel system, forcing the crew to surface more frequently than planned. Some naval historians now believe these communications were intercepted by Soviet naval intelligence, potentially revealing the submarine's position to enemy forces. The timing of the Scorpion's disappearance occurred during a period of heightened underwater tensions. Just months earlier, a Soviet submarine had collided with the USS Sturgeon in the Barents Sea. American submarines were conducting increasingly aggressive reconnaissance missions near Soviet naval bases, and the Scorpion had been tracking Soviet naval exercises in the Mediterranean before beginning its journey home. Classified documents released decades later revealed that the Scorpion had been carrying sealed orders for a possible intercept mission. The submarine's path took it through waters where Soviet submarines were known to operate. raising the possibility of an underwater encounter that went tragically wrong. The acoustic evidence added another layer to the mystery. The sound surveillance system, a network of underwater microphones used to track Soviet submarines, had recorded unusual sounds from the area where the Scorpion was lost. These recordings, analyzed by Navy acoustics experts, suggested a series of explosions occurring over several minutes rather than a single catastrophic event. The pattern of sounds indicated that the submarine might have fought for survival, blowing ballast tanks in an attempt to surface before the final fatal explosion. This evidence contradicted the official narrative of an instantaneous implosion, suggesting instead that the crew had precious minutes to understand what was happening to them. John Craven, the Navy's chief scientist for submarine warfare, conducted his own investigation into the Scorpion's loss. His analysis of the wreckage pattern led him to conclude that the submarine had been struck by one of its own torpedoes, but he could never determine what had caused the weapon to activate. His reports, partially declassified in recent years, reveal a man frustrated by evidence that seemed to point in multiple directions simultaneously. The families of the lost crew members have maintained their own investigation for over 5 decades. They've questioned the Navy's handling of the evidence, the timing of the search efforts, and the classified nature of much of the information surrounding the loss. Their demands for answers have led to congressional hearings and the gradual release of previously classified documents, but many questions remain unanswered. Recent analysis of the wreckage using modern deep-sea imaging technology has revealed new details about the submarine's final moments. The damage patterns suggest that the Scorpion experienced multiple explosions, beginning in the forward section and progressing aft. This sequence contradicts both the official implosion theory and the single torpedo malfunction hypothesis. The mystery of the USS Scorpion represents more than just a naval tragedy. It reveals the limits of even the most advanced investigation techniques when faced with the ocean's depths. The submarine's final moments remain locked in classified files and scattered across the Atlantic seafloor, a puzzle that continues to challenge our understanding of what can go wrong in the hidden world beneath the waves. Today, the Scorpion rests in eternal darkness, its hull home to deep-sea creatures that have claimed the submarine as their own. The answers to what happened on that May Day in 1968 may lie forever buried in the sediment of the Atlantic, along with the memories of 99 men who took their final secret with them to the depths. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. When sonar operators aboard the Ocean X-Team's vessel first detected it in 2011, they assumed their equipment had malfunctioned. The readings showed something impossible resting 300 feet below the surface of the Baltic Sea, a circular object roughly 200 feet in diameter, with what appeared to be a runway or ramp extending from its side. The sonar image resembled nothing in their database of known shipwrecks or geological formations. Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, the Swedish treasure hunters who made the discovery, had spent years mapping the seafloor in search of valuable cargo from sunken vessels. They'd found champagne bottles from long-lost ships, ancient artifacts, and the usual debris of maritime history. But this was different. The object sat alone on the muddy bottom, its edges too geometric, its form too deliberate to be natural. The initial sonar sweep revealed disturbing details. The object appeared to have straight lines, right angles, and what looked like a staircase carved into its surface. Most unsettling were the drag marks, grooves in the sediment suggesting the object had moved across the seafloor before coming to rest in its current position. Whatever this was, it hadn't simply fallen from above. 2 years passed before the team could mount a proper diving expedition. When they finally descended in 2012, what they encountered defied every rational explanation they'd prepared. The object was harder than stone, yet covered in what appeared to be soot or burn marks. When divers attempted to take samples, their cutting tools failed against its surface. The material seemed to absorb their drilling attempts, leaving no visible marks. More disturbing were the electronic anomalies. Every piece of equipment, cameras, lights, communication devices, began malfunctioning within 200 meters of the object. Satellite phones that worked perfectly at the surface went dead. Camera batteries drained in minutes instead of hours. The team's underwater metal detector, reliable for decades of treasure hunting, produced readings that made no sense. Stefan Hogeborn, one of the professional divers who made contact with the object, described a surface that felt organic despite its geometric appearance. The burn marks, when examined closely, seemed to form patterns, not random scorch marks, but deliberate designs that reminded him of tribal artwork or ancient symbols. The object's edges, sharp and clean as if recently cut, showed no signs of the marine growth that should have accumulated over decades on the seafloor. The Swedish government's response raised more questions than it answered. Officials initially dismissed the discovery as a natural rock formation, but their explanations grew increasingly elaborate as more evidence emerged. Geologists claimed it was a glacial deposit, yet the object's composition didn't match any known rock types in the region. Marine archaeologists suggested it might be a World War II installation, but no records existed of such construction in the Baltic Sea. Independent researchers began connecting the anomaly to other unexplained phenomena in the region. The Baltic Sea, despite its relatively shallow depth and heavy maritime traffic, had produced more than its share of mysterious sonar contacts over the decades. Submarine commanders from multiple nations had reported encounters with unidentified objects that moved too fast and maneuvered too precisely to be conventional vessels. Volker Bruchert, an associate professor of geology at Stockholm University, examined samples that the team managed to collect from the surrounding sediment. His analysis revealed metallic fragments with an unusual composition, elements that occurred naturally but in combinations that suggested artificial origin. The fragments contained traces of rare earth metals in concentrations that shouldn't exist in Baltic Sea sediment. The object's location added another layer of mystery. It rested along what appeared to be an ancient riverbed, now submerged, that predated the Baltic Sea's current formation. Geological surveys suggested this area had been dry land approximately 14,000 years ago, during the last ice age. If the object had been placed there intentionally, it implied human activity in the region far earlier than conventional archaeology suggested. Ocean X team's attempts to publicize their findings met with unexpected resistance. Television networks that had initially expressed interest in documenting the discovery suddenly withdrew their support. Scientific journals declined to publish papers about the anomaly without providing detailed explanations. The team found themselves isolated, their credibility questioned by institutions that had previously respected their work. The electromagnetic interference remained the most troubling aspect of the discovery. Electronics failed not just near the object but throughout the surrounding area, creating a dead zone where modern technology simply stopped functioning. This phenomenon had been documented by other vessels in the region, dating back to the 1950s, but never with such consistent intensity. Maritime records from the Swedish Navy, when finally made available through Freedom of Information requests, revealed decades of sonar contacts in the same area. Submarine tracking stations had logged multiple encounters with objects that moved in patterns inconsistent with known vessels. The contacts appeared sporadically, sometimes remaining stationary for hours before accelerating to speeds that exceeded any known submarine capability. Local fishermen had their own stories about the region. For generations they'd reported areas where their electronic equipment failed, where fish seemed to avoid certain waters, and where the sea itself felt different, heavier, somehow charged with an energy that made experienced sailors nervous. Their oral histories described similar phenomena extending back to the days of sailing vessels, when compasses would spin wildly and crews would report seeing lights beneath the surface. The object continues to rest on the Baltic seafloor, its origin as mysterious today as it was over a decade ago. Recent attempts to organize more extensive research expeditions have been quietly discouraged by government officials who cite safety concerns and environmental protection regulations. The coordinates of the discovery remain public, but few independent researchers have the resources or expertise to mount deep-sea investigations. Each unanswered question about the Baltic Sea Anomaly opens doors to possibilities that challenge our understanding of history, technology, and human civilization itself. The object waits in the cold depths, its secrets locked beneath layers of sediment and institutional silence, while the electromagnetic disturbances continue to puzzle anyone brave enough to venture into those haunted waters. The mystery of the Loch Ness submersible. The research vessel *DeepScan* pulled away from the shore of Loch Ness on October 23, 1987, carrying something that had never been attempted before, a specially designed submersible built specifically to explore the deepest trenches of Scotland's most famous lake. By evening, Both the submersible and its pilot had vanished without a trace. Dr. Robert Rines had spent decades chasing shadows in these dark waters. As founder of the Academy of Applied Science, he dedicated considerable resources to solving the Loch Ness mystery through scientific means. The submersible project represented his most ambitious attempt yet, a custom-built vessel capable of withstanding the crushing pressures found in the Loch's deepest sections, equipped with advanced sonar mapping technology and underwater cameras that could function in near-total darkness. The pilot, James McLeod, was no amateur. He'd logged over 200 hours in deep-sea submersibles, including work in the North Sea oil fields where one mistake could prove fatal. His experience with underwater navigation in challenging conditions made him the obvious choice for this unprecedented dive. McLeod had expressed confidence about the mission during his final surface communication, describing clear visibility and normal equipment readings as he descended toward the Loch's mysterious depths. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is the comprehensive nature of the search that followed. The Royal Navy deployed sonar equipment typically reserved for military operations. Marine archaeologists volunteered their time and expertise. Local diving clubs organized systematic grid searches of the Loch's accessible areas. Despite these efforts, spanning several months and covering virtually every square meter of the Loch's 56 square kilometer surface, not a single piece of debris was recovered. The Loch itself presents unique challenges that complicate any underwater investigation. Carved by glacial activity during the last ice age, Loch Ness reaches depths of over 200 meters in some areas, creating an underwater landscape of steep walls, hidden caverns, and sediment layers that have accumulated for millennia. The water contains high concentrations of peat particles, reducing visibility to mere meters, even with powerful artificial lighting. These conditions would make locating a small submersible extraordinarily difficult under normal circumstances. But the technical specifications of McLeod's vessel suggest this wasn't a routine mechanical failure. The submersible had been tested extensively in controlled conditions, with emergency systems designed to surface automatically if primary power failed. Multiple backup communication systems included both radio and acoustic beacons that should have activated if the craft encountered difficulties. The absence of any distress signals indicates either catastrophic instantaneous failure or something that prevented the pilot from activating emergency protocols. Sonar recordings from that day reveal anomalies that have never been satisfactorily explained. At approximately 4:30 p.m., roughly 30 minutes before McLeod's last confirmed communication, multiple sonar contacts appeared on the monitoring equipment. These contacts suggested large objects moving at considerable speed through the water column, far too large and too fast to be explained by known fish species or underwater debris. Dr. Adrian Shine, a marine biologist who has studied Loch Ness for over 4 decades, reviewed the sonar data years later. His analysis confirmed the presence of multiple large contacts, but acknowledged the limitations of 1987 technology in providing definitive identification. The timing of these contacts, occurring so close to the submersible's disappearance, creates what Shine described as an uncomfortable coincidence that deserves serious consideration. Local fishing communities offered their own perspectives on the incident. Several experienced anglers reported unusual water disturbances in the days preceding the dive, describing surface patterns they'd never observed before. These accounts, while anecdotal, gain significance when considered alongside the documented sonar anomalies and the submersible's disappearance. The investigation took an unexpected turn when researchers discovered that similar incidents had occurred in other deep Scottish lochs. In 1983, a remote-controlled underwater vehicle had vanished in Loch Morar during a geological survey. 2 years later, commercial divers reported equipment malfunctions and communication failures while working in Loch Katrine. These incidents, previously dismissed as unrelated technical failures, began to suggest a broader pattern of unexplained underwater phenomena in Scotland's deepest lakes. Geological surveys conducted after the disappearance revealed previously unknown underwater cave systems in Loch Ness. These caverns, carved into the ancient rock by centuries of water flow, create complex networks that extend far beyond the loch's visible boundaries. Some of these caves showed evidence of recent disturbance, sediment patterns, indicating significant water movement that couldn't be explained by normal geological processes. The McLeod incident also prompted review of historical records dating back centuries. Medieval manuscripts from nearby monasteries contained references to boats and swimmers who had vanished in the Loch under mysterious circumstances. While these accounts lack modern documentation standards, they establish a pattern of unexplained disappearances that predates contemporary monster legends by hundreds of years. Modern technology eventually provided new insights into the Loch's previously hidden depths. Advanced sonar mapping revealed that the underwater topography was far more complex than earlier surveys had indicated. Steep-walled trenches, underwater ridges, and cavern systems created a three-dimensional maze that could easily conceal objects the size of the missing submersible. However, these discoveries also highlighted how futile the original search efforts had been, like looking for a specific grain of sand in an underwater desert. The submersible's disappearance coincided with a period of increased scientific interest in Loch Ness. Multiple research teams were conducting simultaneous investigations, using everything from underwater photography to environmental DNA sampling. This concentration of scientific activity should have provided multiple independent observations of any unusual phenomena, yet the incident occurred during what witnesses described as one of the quietest periods in the Loch's recent history. 47 years later, the fate of James McLeod and his submersible remains unknown. The absence of debris, the timing of the sonar anomalies, and the complete failure of multiple emergency systems create a puzzle that defies conventional explanation. Whether the answer lies in undiscovered geological features, equipment failures beyond current understanding, or something entirely different, the dark waters of Loch Ness continue to guard their secrets with remarkable efficiency. The case of the submarine ghost ship. The crew of the merchant vessel Helena thought they were hallucinating when they spotted her on the morning of September 15, 1943. A German U-boat, floating dead in the water 300 miles off the coast of Portugal, her conning tower gleaming dully in the Atlantic sun. No distress signals, no movement on deck, just the gentle rise and fall of a submarine that seemed to breathe with the ocean's rhythm. Captain Morrison ordered his crew to approach with extreme caution. The war was at its height, and German submarines were the wolves of the Atlantic. But this one was different. She drifted like a ghost ship, her hull intact, her periscope retracted, showing no signs of battle damage or distress. The silence radiating from her was almost tangible. When the British destroyer HMS Resolute arrived 3 hours later, Lieutenant Commander James Whitmore made the decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He ordered a boarding party to investigate. What they found aboard U-628 defied every protocol, every expectation, every rational explanation that naval warfare could provide. The submarine was completely empty. Not abandoned, empty. Personal effects remained in place. Half-eaten meals sat on tables in the mess hall. The food still fresh. Coffee cups held liquid that was still warm. In the control room, the instruments hummed with power, depth charges were armed, and the logbook lay open to an entry dated just 6 hours earlier. The final words, written in steady German script, read simply, "All is well. Position holding as ordered." But there was no crew. 43 men had simply vanished. The boarding party, led by Sub-Lieutenant David Carrick, would later describe an atmosphere that chilled them more than any battle they'd encountered. The submarine systems were fully operational. Her batteries were charged, her air supply fresh, her engines ready for immediate use. In the captain's quarters, Kapitän Leutnant Werner Haupt's uniform hung neatly pressed, his personal letters arranged precisely on his desk. One was addressed to his wife in Hamburg, sealed but never sent. The torpedo room held its full complement of weapons. The radio equipment functioned perfectly, though no distress calls had been transmitted. In the crew quarters, hammocks were made with military precision, personal photographs tucked into their designated spaces. Everything suggested a crew that had simply stepped out. Commander Whitmore ordered the submarine towed to Gibraltar for intensive investigation. Naval intelligence descended upon U-628 with every tool at their disposal. They analyzed air samples, examined the hull for unusual stress patterns, tested the food for contamination. Medical officers searched for signs of chemical weapons or biological agents. Nothing. The German war machine had produced detailed records of U-628's construction, her crew assignments, her mission parameters. According to intercepted communications, she had been tasked with a routine patrol mission along the Portuguese coast. Her last verified contact with German Naval Command had occurred 18 hours before the Helena discovered her. In that transmission, Kapitänleutnant Haupt had reported normal operations and requested permission to extend his patrol zone. Permission had been granted. Then, silence. Dr. Margaret Brewster, one of the first female naval psychologists to examine such cases, spent 3 weeks aboard the captured submarine. Her classified report, not declassified until 1993, contained observations that Naval Command found deeply unsettling. She noted that the crew's personal spaces showed no signs of disturbance, no indication of panic or hurried evacuation. More troubling, she found evidence of activities that should have been impossible without a full crew. The submarine's log showed course corrections made during a period when, according to all physical evidence, no one was aboard to make them. The engine room's maintenance log had entries in 3 different handwritings, all dated after the last confirmed crew sighting. Most inexplicably, the galley showed evidence of meals prepared and consumed during the ghost period, with dishes washed and properly stowed. The British Admiralty classified the entire incident at the highest levels. U-628 was quietly commissioned into the Royal Navy under a different designation and assigned to experimental duties. Her original German crew was listed as missing in action, and their families were informed of their presumed deaths. But the mystery deepened during her British service. Crew members assigned to the former U-628 reported persistent anomalies. Tools would be found in different locations from where they'd been stored. The submarine's interior temperature would drop without explanation, particularly in the forward torpedo room. Most disturbing, sonar operators reported hearing sounds from within the submarine's hull, sounds that resembled human voices speaking in German. Petty Officer Thomas Henley, who served aboard the submarine for 6 months in 1944, later wrote in his memoir that the vessel felt occupied by invisible passengers. He described entering compartments where he could swear he heard breathing, only to find them empty. On 3 occasions, he reported seeing condensation on mirrors that formed patterns resembling German words. The Royal Navy's investigation file on U-628 contained 73 pages of testimonies, scientific analyses, and theoretical explanations. Theories ranged from experimental German weapons that had backfired to mass hallucination caused by untested psychological warfare agents. Some investigators suggested the crew had been secretly evacuated by a second submarine, though no German records supported this possibility. The most unsettling theory came from Dr. Brewster herself. In her final report, she proposed that U-628 existed in what she termed temporal displacement. Her hypothesis suggested that the submarine had somehow slipped between normal time streams, leaving the physical vessel in one reality, while the crew remained trapped in another. The Admiralty dismissed her theory as psychological speculation, but her file notes indicate she continued investigating similar cases until her mysterious resignation in 1947. U-628 was finally retired from service in 1951 and scuttled in the North Atlantic. The coordinates of her final resting place remain classified. However, fishing vessels operating in the general area have occasionally reported sonar contacts that match her dimensions, moving at depths that should be impossible for any submarine. The fate of Kapitänleutnant Haupt and his 42-man crew remains unknown. German records show no other submarine operations in the area, no rescue missions, no alternative explanations. 43 men simply vanished from a sealed vessel in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, leaving behind only their warm coffee and the lingering question of what force could remove a submarine's entire crew without leaving a trace. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but sometimes those secrets refuse to stay buried. Unexplained sonar signals. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, 3,000 miles from the nearest landmass, hydrophones designed to detect nuclear submarine movements began picking up something else entirely. The recordings from 1997 still puzzle marine acoustics experts today, rhythmic pulses that seem to follow no natural pattern, emerging from depths where sunlight has never penetrated. These weren't the familiar groans of shifting tectonic plates or the biological calls of whales. The frequency signatures matched nothing in any database. When Dr. Elena Vasquez first analyzed the data at the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory, she ran the algorithms 17 times, convinced her equipment had malfunctioned. The signals appeared to be artificial, but originating from locations where no human technology should exist. The ocean's acoustic landscape holds secrets we're only beginning to understand. Sound travels differently in water than in air, carrying farther and revealing more. Every submarine navigator knows this fundamental truth. What they don't discuss openly is how often their sonar systems detect returns that shouldn't be there, echoes from empty water that somehow echo back. During the height of the Cold War, both American and Soviet submarines reported similar encounters. Sonar operators would detect large metallic objects moving at impossible speeds, only to have them vanish when investigated. These incidents were classified, filed away in folders marked with security clearances most personnel would never see. But the reports accumulated, forming a pattern that military analysts couldn't ignore. Lieutenant Commander Robert Hayes served aboard the USS Seawolf during 3 Arctic patrol missions between 1985 and 1989. In a 2003 interview, years after his retirement, he described an encounter that still haunted him. While tracking what appeared to be a Soviet submarine beneath the polar ice cap, his sonar operator detected something else entirely. The signature was massive, larger than any known vessel, moving upward from the deepest trenches of the Arctic Ocean. The contact lasted maybe 4 minutes, Hayes recalled. Then it just stopped, not like it moved away or dove deeper. The signature simply ceased to exist. When pressed for details, he added something that chilled even experienced investigators. Whatever it was moving toward the surface. That's what scared us most. Civilian researchers have documented similar phenomena. The Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute has recorded dozens of unexplained acoustic events over the past 2 decades. Dr. Sarah Chen, who leads their deep-sea monitoring program, speaks carefully about these recordings. We detect sounds that don't match any known biological or geological source. The patterns suggest intelligence, but not intelligence as we understand it. The most unsettling aspect isn't the sounds themselves, but their apparent responses to human presence. When research submarines approach areas where these signals originate, the acoustic activity often intensifies. In some cases, the sounds seem to mimic the frequency patterns of the approaching vessel's sonar, creating an echo that arrives before the original pulse should have returned. Dr. James Thornton, a marine biologist who spent 15 years studying deep-sea environments, experienced this phenomenon firsthand during a 2009 expedition to the Mariana Trench. His team's submersible was investigating hydrothermal vents when their sonar began receiving returns that defied physics. Sound was coming back to us faster than it should have been possible, he explained. Either the laws of acoustics don't apply down there, or something was actively sending signals back to us. The implications extend beyond mere scientific curiosity. If these signals represent some form of communication, the question becomes, communication with what? The deep ocean remains Earth's most unexplored frontier. We've mapped less than 20% of the seafloor, and our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems is still rudimentary. The possibility that intelligence exists in those depths, intelligence that has avoided detection until now, forces us to reconsider everything we think we know about our planet. Recent advances in underwater listening technology have only deepened the mystery. The expansion of hydrophone networks has revealed that these signals aren't isolated incidents. They form part of a larger acoustic web, with signals originating from specific locations across the world's oceans. The patterns suggest coordination, as if widely separated sources are somehow communicating with each other. Dr. Vasquez's latest research has identified what she calls beacon points, locations where signals consistently originate. These sites share certain characteristics: extreme depth, proximity to underwater mountain ranges, and unusual geological formations. But when research vessels investigate these areas, they find nothing that could explain the acoustic activity. The military applications of this research remain classified, but former intelligence analysts hint at deeper concerns. If these signals represent unknown technology, the implications for national security are staggering. If they're biological in origin, they suggest forms of life that challenge our understanding of what's possible in Earth's oceans. Perhaps most remarkably, some of these signals appear to be growing stronger. Dr. Chen's data shows a 15% increase in acoustic activity over the past 5 years, concentrated in specific regions of the Pacific. The pattern suggests either increasing population or increasing boldness, neither explanation providing much comfort. The scientific community remains divided on interpretation. Conservative researchers attribute the signals to undiscovered geological processes or previously unknown species of deep-sea animals. Others propose more radical explanations: remnants of ancient civilizations, non-human intelligence, or even dimensional anomalies where physical laws operate differently. What remains undeniable is that something in the deep ocean is producing structured, complex acoustic signals that we cannot explain. These sounds emerge from the Earth's most inaccessible places, suggesting intelligence that has remained hidden for millennia. Whether this intelligence is terrestrial or otherwise, biological or technological, remains one of the ocean's most profound mysteries. The hydrophones continue their silent vigil, recording sounds from depths where no human has ever ventured. Each new recording adds another piece to a puzzle that seems to grow more complex with every discovery. In the vast darkness of the deep ocean, something is sending messages we're only beginning to hear. Submarine disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. 4 nuclear submarines have vanished without explanation in the triangle of ocean between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. The U.S. Navy's official records list equipment failure and human error as causes, but the families of those lost crews received classified briefings that told a different story entirely. The first documented case occurred in March 1968, when the USS Scorpion disappeared 400 miles southwest of the Azores. While technically outside the traditional triangle boundaries, the submarine had been conducting classified surveillance operations that began in the disputed waters. Recovery teams found the wreckage 5 months later, but the bow section had been completely severed by what metallurgists described as an unknown force of tremendous magnitude. Captain James Patterson, who led the initial search operation, spent 3 decades requesting declassification of the sonar recordings from that day. When portions were finally released in 1998, they revealed something extraordinary. The Scorpion had been tracked by multiple underwater contacts moving at impossible speeds. The objects maintained formation around the submarine for 17 minutes before all signals ceased simultaneously. Soviet submarines operating in the same region reported similar encounters. According to defector testimonies gathered by the Office of Naval Intelligence, at least 2 Russian vessels experienced what their captains described as metallic interference while transiting the northwestern edge of the triangle. One commander, Captain Viktor Kozlov of the submarine K-222, filed a report stating his vessel had been examined by unknown submersible craft during a routine patrol in 1971. The incidents weren't limited to military vessels. Commercial submarines conducting deep-sea research began reporting equipment malfunctions with disturbing regularity. The most documented case involved the research submarine Alvin in 1974, which suffered complete electrical failure while investigating the Puerto Rico Trench. The 3-person crew described their instruments going dark just as sonar detected a massive object rising from the abyssal plain. Dr. Robert Ballard, who would later discover the Titanic, served as a consultant on the subsequent investigation. His preliminary findings, obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, reference anomalous magnetic readings and unexplained pressure differentials in the area. The final report remains classified, but Ballard's personal notes, donated to the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, contain a troubling observation. Independent research has uncovered patterns the military appears reluctant to acknowledge. Between 1965 and 1985, 17 submarines of various nationalities experienced catastrophic systems failure while operating in triangle waters. The failure rate was 340% higher than in any other region of comparable size and depth. Insurance companies quietly began excluding coverage for extended operations in the area. The USS Thresher incident of 1963 provides perhaps the most compelling evidence of something beyond conventional explanation. The submarine imploded during deep diving tests 220 miles east of Cape Cod, killing all 129 souls aboard. Official investigations blamed a piping failure, but transcripts of the final communications reveal the crew reporting unidentified contacts moments before the disaster. Lieutenant Commander Harvey Hicks, the surface support vessel's sonar operator, testified during classified hearings that his equipment had tracked multiple objects converging on the Thresher's position. The objects moved in coordinated patterns at depths exceeding 3,000 feet, far beyond the capabilities of any known submersible of that era. His testimony was sealed for 50 years under national security provisions. Civilian eyewitness accounts add another layer of mystery. Deep-sea fishing crews working the Triangle's northern waters have reported seeing lights beneath the surface moving in formation. Captain Maria Santos of the charter vessel Deep Current logged 14 separate sightings between 1979 and 1992. Her detailed descriptions match similar accounts from commercial shipping crews and Coast Guard personnel. The lights appear as bright white orbs, typically arranged in triangular formations. They move at estimated speeds of 60–80 knots underwater, then accelerate rapidly beyond visual range. In 3 documented cases, the lights approached fishing vessels directly, causing compass needles to spin wildly and electronic equipment to malfunction. Oceanographer Dr. James Harder spent 15 years studying the Triangle's unique geological features. His research identified several massive underwater caverns along the Puerto Rico Trench, some extending beyond the reach of current mapping technology. Bathymetric surveys revealed vertical shafts descending to depths where water pressure should make any structural integrity impossible. The most significant discovery came in 1987, when side-scan sonar detected what appeared to be artificial structures on the ocean floor. The objects exhibited geometric patterns and right angles inconsistent with natural formation. 3 separate expeditions attempted to investigate, but each encountered the same problem: complete instrument failure at depths exceeding 4,000 feet. French oceanographer Jacques Cousteau's final expedition in 1994 targeted these anomalous readings. His team's findings were never publicly released, but crew members later described massive dome-shaped structures partially buried in the sediment. The structures appeared to be constructed from an unknown metallic compound that interfered with electronic systems. Modern analysis of historical shipping records reveals the Triangle's mysteries extend back centuries. Spanish treasure fleets reported encountering phantom ships that vanished beneath the waves. British naval archives contain similar accounts from the colonial period, describing vessels that appeared to be submarines decades before such technology existed. The most recent documented incident occurred in 2003, when the research submarine Johnson Sea Link 2 lost contact with its surface support vessel while investigating the tongue of the ocean. The crew reported multiple large objects approaching from the deep before communication ceased. The submarine was recovered 3 hours later, floating on the surface with no memory of the intervening time. All electronic logs had been wiped clean, and the hull showed microscopic scarring consistent with exposure to intense electromagnetic fields. The crew underwent extensive medical and psychological evaluation, but retained no conscious memory of the lost hours. Hypnotic regression sessions, conducted under military supervision, revealed fragmented memories of bright lights and mechanical sounds. The official position remains unchanged. Equipment failure, human error, and natural phenomena account for all submarine incidents in the Triangle. Yet the families of lost crews continue to receive government survivor benefits that exceed standard military compensation. The additional payments come with strict confidentiality agreements and lifetime monitoring requirements. These cases represent only the documented incidents. How many others remain classified, lost to official secrecy and the vast anonymity of the deep ocean? The Triangle guards its secrets well, but the evidence suggests something profound lies hidden beneath those deceptively calm waters. Lost treasure of the depths. When HMS Edinburgh exploded in the Barents Sea on May 2, 1942, she carried more than just the screams of dying sailors into the depths. Locked in her hull were 465 gold bars, each one stamped with Soviet markings, payment for American Lend-Lease aid that would never reach its destination. The cruiser's final moments were witnessed by her escort destroyers, but what they couldn't see was how this single torpedoing would spark a treasure hunt that continues to consume fortunes and lives 8 decades later. The Edinburgh wasn't alone in her golden grave. Across the world's oceans, dozens of vessels carrying precious cargo met similar fates during wartime, their locations becoming the stuff of maritime legend. Yet the line between documented history and wishful thinking grows thinner with each passing year. as modern technology brings previously unreachable depths within grasp of determined salvagers. Consider the case of the SS Tilawa, sunk by Japanese submarine I-29 in the Arabian Sea in 1942. British records confirm she carried silver worth millions in today's currency, destined for the war effort in India. The ship's manifest, preserved in London's National Archives, lists 2,364 bars of silver bullion stored in her No. 2 hold. Professional salvage teams have spent decades triangulating her position using survivor accounts and German naval records, but the Indian Ocean keeps its secrets well. The mathematics of deep-sea treasure recovery tell a sobering story. Marine archaeologist Dr. James Morrison, who spent 15 years studying wartime cargo losses, calculated that fewer than 3% of known treasure ships have been successfully salvaged. The costs are staggering. A single expedition to depths beyond 2,000 meters can consume upwards of $5 million, with no guarantee of success. Weather windows in remote locations last mere days, and the specialized equipment required to lift heavy cargo from the seafloor exists in only a handful of facilities worldwide. Yet the failures haven't deterred the dreamers. In 1981, a consortium of British and Norwegian investors spent 7 years searching for the SS Politician, famed for carrying cases of whiskey that inspired the novel Whiskey Galore. Their $12 million expedition recovered exactly 47 bottles, most too corroded to drink. The investors disbanded amid bitter lawsuits, but the wreck continues to attract amateur treasure hunters who believe the main cargo hold remains undisturbed. The psychology of treasure hunting reveals itself in the meticulous records kept by these expeditions. Ship logs from the 1990s search for the SS Mantola, torpedoed off Ireland in 1917, contain detailed entries about sonar anomalies that might be cargo containers and metal detector readings that could indicate precious metals. The language grows increasingly optimistic as fuel supplies dwindle and return dates approach, as if hope itself might compensate for the crushing mathematics of ocean search patterns. Professional salvagers maintain a healthy skepticism about the more dramatic claims. Keith Jessup, who successfully recovered gold from HMS Edinburgh in 1981, spent 3 years in legal battles with the British and Soviet governments before touching a single bar. His operation required cutting through 4 decks of twisted steel in waters where visibility measured less than 10 feet. The gold, when finally brought to surface, had been compressed into an almost unrecognizable mass by decades of water pressure and the ship's violent death throes. The Edinburgh recovery remains the gold standard for documented treasure salvage, but even this success story contains unsettling gaps. Soviet records acknowledge that 465 bars went down with the ship, yet only 431 were recovered. The missing 34 bars launched a secondary wave of treasure hunting that continues today, with teams convinced the gold scattered across the seafloor during the initial explosion. More troubling are the treasure ships that may never have existed at all. The SS Waratah, which vanished without trace off South Africa in 1909, has spawned countless expeditions based on passenger manifest rumors of diamond shipments. Maritime historians note that no contemporary records mention gems among the cargo, yet the legend persists, fueled by the tantalizing possibility that a luxury liner might have carried wealthy passengers' private collections. The technology revolution of the past 2 decades has democratized deep-sea exploration, but it has also multiplied the number of false leads. Satellite imagery can now identify shipwrecks from space, while autonomous underwater vehicles can map vast areas without human crew. Yet these advances have revealed an uncomfortable truth. The ocean floor contains millions of metallic objects, from discarded equipment to natural mineral formations, each one capable of triggering the instruments that treasure hunters rely upon. The SS Gyr Sapa, carrying silver from India to Britain when she was torpedoed in 1941, seemed to promise a new era of successful recovery. When Odyssey Marine Exploration located her in 2011, the company's press releases celebrated the discovery of the largest silver treasure recovery in history. But the reality proved more complex. The silver had corroded into a toxic slurry that required specialized processing, and legal challenges from the British government consumed years of litigation. The final recovery yielded 61 tons of silver, but the operation's costs meant investors saw minimal returns. These stories accumulate like sediment on the ocean floor, each failure adding to the mystery rather than solving it. The Japanese submarine I-52, torpedoed by Allied forces in 1944 while carrying gold payment for German weapons, has been located and explored multiple times. Yet searchers have found no trace of the precious cargo that Nazi records insisted was aboard. The gold either never existed, was removed before the submarine's final voyage, or lies scattered across miles of Atlantic seafloor. The deep ocean preserves more than metal and wood. It preserves the hopes and obsessions of those who venture into its depths. Each failed expedition leaves behind equipment, dreams, and sometimes lives, adding new layers to the archaeological record that future treasure hunters will puzzle over. The search for wartime treasure has become its own kind of history, written in the language of sonar pings and dive logs, promising answers that remain forever just beyond reach. The depths keep their secrets well, and perhaps that's exactly as it should be. The Phantom Submarine. Cold War naval archives contain a peculiar thread that intelligence officers discovered only after decades of classified reports were finally declassified. Between 1962 and 1978, 17 separate naval incidents across 4 different oceans described encounters with the same unidentified submarine. The vessel appeared in the North Atlantic, vanished, then surfaced weeks later in the Pacific. No known submarine possessed the range, speed, or stealth capabilities described in these reports. The first documented encounter occurred on March 15, 1962, when the USS Randolph detected an unknown submarine signature approximately 200 miles northeast of Bermuda. Sonar operator, 3rd Class Petty Officer James Morrison, recorded contact with what he described as a vessel moving at impossible speeds beneath the surface. The submarine's acoustic signature matched no known Soviet, American, or Allied vessel in the classification databases. Morrison's report, buried in classified files for 40 years, described sonar readings that defied conventional submarine capabilities. The unknown vessel maintained a consistent depth of 400 feet while traveling at speeds exceeding 45 knots underwater. Modern nuclear submarines of that era could barely achieve 25 knots submerged. The contact lasted 17 minutes before the signature simply disappeared from all tracking systems. 3 weeks later, HMS Dreadnought encountered an identical acoustic signature in the Norwegian Sea. Lieutenant Commander Richard Ashworth documented the same unusual propulsion characteristics and extraordinary speed. The British submarine attempted to track the vessel but lost contact when the unknown submarine descended beyond 1,000 feet and accelerated to what Ashworth estimated as 60 knots. The pattern emerging from these encounters suggested something unprecedented, a submarine capable of transcontinental range, extreme depth, and speeds that surpassed any known technology. Intelligence analysts initially suspected advanced Soviet prototypes, but similar encounters reported by Soviet vessels, obtained through intelligence exchanges decades later, indicated their equal bewilderment. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a naval acoustic specialist who analyzed the declassified sonar recordings in 2003, discovered consistent anomalies across all 17 encounters. The submarine's acoustic signature contained unusual harmonic frequencies that didn't match any known propulsion system. Traditional submarines create distinctive noise patterns from their engines, propellers, and hull movement through water. This vessel produced what Vasquez described as acoustically impossible sounds. The most intriguing encounter occurred on August 7, 1965, when the USS Tullabee maintained contact with the Phantom submarine for over 2 hours. Captain Michael Rodriguez ordered his crew to shadow the unknown vessel, hoping to gather intelligence about its capabilities. The encounter, documented in extraordinary detail, revealed the submarine's ability to change depth rapidly without the typical pressure adjustments that would create detectable acoustic signatures. Rodriguez's report described the unknown submarine performing maneuvers that would have been fatal to any human crew. The vessel executed vertical climbs and descents at speeds that would generate G-forces exceeding human tolerance. It changed direction instantaneously without the gradual banking turns required by conventional submarines. These capabilities suggested either revolutionary technology or an unmanned vessel operating with guidance systems far beyond 1960s capabilities. The geographical distribution of sightings created additional mysteries. The Phantom submarine appeared in the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, the North Pacific, and the Indian Ocean within timeframes that made conventional transit impossible. On September 12, 1967, it was detected near Gibraltar. 4 days later, an identical signature appeared 8,000 miles away in the South China Sea. No submarine could have covered that distance in such a brief period. Former CIA analyst Thomas Brennan, who worked on submarine intelligence during the Cold War, revealed in a 2019 interview that the Phantom Submarine became a priority investigation for multiple intelligence agencies. The vessel's ability to operate undetected across vast distances while exhibiting unprecedented capabilities raised concerns about unknown technological developments by foreign powers. The investigation intensified when civilian maritime vessels began reporting unusual encounters. The merchant ship SS Pacifica documented a submarine surfacing near their vessel in the mid-Atlantic on June 3, 1971. Captain Sarah Chen described a submarine with an unusual hull configuration that didn't match any known designs. The vessel remained surfaced for approximately 10 minutes before submerging and disappearing from radar. Chen's description mentioned several distinctive features that appeared in subsequent civilian reports. The submarine's conning tower was unusually streamlined, and the hull appeared to be constructed from materials that created unique light reflections. Multiple witnesses described the vessel as appearing mirror-like or having a liquid metal surface that seemed to shift in appearance. The Phantom Submarine's activities weren't limited to passive observation. In 1974, the Soviet destroyer Smotlivi reported that an unknown submarine had approached their vessel and circled it 3 times at close range before departing. The incident, documented in Soviet naval archives that became available after the Cold War, described the submarine's apparent ability to remain completely silent while maneuvering at close quarters. Dr. Marcus Webb, a retired naval intelligence officer, spent 15 years investigating the Phantom Submarine reports after his retirement. His research uncovered patterns suggesting the vessel was conducting systematic surveillance of naval exercises and strategic maritime locations. The submarine appeared during major naval operations with suspicious frequency, always maintaining distance but clearly observing activities. The encounters gradually decreased in frequency after 1978, with the last confirmed sighting occurring on November 15, 1979, when the USS Dallas detected the familiar acoustic signature near the Aleutian Islands. The submarine maintained contact for 8 minutes before executing its characteristic instantaneous disappearance. Modern analysis of the Phantom Submarine encounters using advanced computer modeling and acoustic analysis has failed to provide conventional explanations. The vessel's reported capabilities remain impossible according to current understanding of submarine technology and physics. The consistent witness descriptions across multiple navies and decades suggest something genuinely anomalous was operating in the world's oceans. The Phantom Submarine represents one of the Cold War's most enduring mysteries, a vessel that appeared to transcend the limitations of known technology, conducting worldwide operations while remaining completely beyond identification or capture. The archived reports continue to puzzle researchers, representing encounters with something that may have been far more advanced than anything humanity possessed during those decades of nuclear tension. The sinking of the Kursk. When investigators finally examined the wreckage of the Kursk in 2001, they discovered something that contradicted nearly every official explanation given during the preceding months of international crisis. The torpedo compartment told a story that didn't align with the carefully constructed narrative of a simple training accident. August 12, 2000. The Barents Sea stretches cold and gray under an overcast sky as the Russian Northern Fleet conducts its largest naval exercise in years. Among the vessels participating is the Kursk, a nuclear-powered submarine representing the pinnacle of Soviet engineering. At 154 meters long, this Oscar II-class vessel carries a crew of 118 men and enough firepower to level coastal cities. The exercise was meant to demonstrate Russia's naval capabilities to the world. Instead, it became a tomb. At 11:28 a.m. local time, 2 distinct explosions rocked the seafloor. The first registered 1.5 on the Richter scale. The second, occurring 2 minutes and 15 seconds later, measured 3.5. Seismic stations across Norway recorded both events with precision that would later prove crucial to understanding what happened beneath those dark waters. The Kursk had vanished. For days, Russian officials maintained that communication problems were routine, that the submarine would surface soon, but beneath the surface, something far more devastating had occurred. The forward compartments had been obliterated, and the surviving crew members in the rear sections faced a slow descent into darkness. What makes the Kursk disaster particularly haunting isn't just the loss of life, but the web of contradictions that emerged during the investigation. The official cause was eventually attributed to a faulty torpedo, specifically a Type 6576A practice torpedo that used hydrogen peroxide as fuel. This highly unstable propellant, investigators concluded, had leaked and ignited, causing the first explosion. The second, more powerful blast came when the torpedo room's entire arsenal detonated. But this explanation raises more questions than it answers. Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov, the Kursk's deputy brigade commander, survived the initial explosions. In the darkness of the 9th compartment, he wrote a note on a piece of paper torn from a manual. The note, discovered when the submarine was finally raised, revealed that at least 23 crew members had initially survived. They had managed to seal themselves in the rear compartments, but carbon monoxide from a fire slowly poisoned the air they breathed. "It's dark here to write, but I'll try by feel," Kolesnikov wrote. "It seems like there are no chances, 10–20%. Let's hope that at least someone will read this." The note was timed at 15:15, more than 3 hours after the explosions. This means that for precious hours, men remained alive in the depths while rescue operations fumbled on the surface. The Russian Navy initially refused international assistance, insisting their rescue capabilities were adequate. When British and Norwegian diving teams were finally allowed to attempt a rescue 5 days later, they found the submarine's escape hatch had been damaged in a way that suggested attempted emergency ascent procedures. Here's where the mystery deepens considerably. Several crew members who survived the initial blast had attempted to use the submarine's emergency escape system. Evidence suggested they had flooded the escape chamber and were in the process of ascending when something went wrong. The hatch mechanism showed signs of repeated attempts to open it, but the outer door remained sealed. Whether this was due to damage from the explosions or some other factor remains unclear. The hydrogen peroxide torpedo theory, while officially accepted, has never sat comfortably with all the evidence. These torpedoes had been in service for decades without similar incidents. The Type 6576A was a well-understood weapon system, and while hydrogen peroxide is indeed dangerous, Russian submarine crews were extensively trained in its handling. More troubling are the accounts from other vessels in the area. Several participants in the exercise reported unusual sonar contacts in the hours before the disaster. The American submarine USS Memphis was operating in the general vicinity, conducting intelligence-gathering operations. While officially denied, some theories suggest a collision or confrontation occurred, though no credible evidence supports this claim. The timeline of the Russian response also raises questions. Admiral Vyacheslav Popov, commander of the Northern Fleet, later admitted that he knew something catastrophic had occurred within hours of the explosions, yet the public was told nothing for days. This delay proved fatal for any survivors who might have been rescued with faster international assistance. When the Kursk was finally raised in 2001, investigators found that the torpedo compartment had been completely destroyed. The blast had been so powerful that it had buckled the submarine's double hull, supposedly one of the strongest structures ever built. The force required to cause such damage suggests an explosion far more powerful than a single torpedo malfunction should have produced. The official investigation concluded that faulty welds in the torpedo's hydrogen peroxide fuel system had caused the leak. But independent analysts have noted that the explosion pattern seemed inconsistent with a single point of failure. The damage suggested multiple simultaneous detonations, raising questions about whether the initial torpedo explosion had triggered a chain reaction or if something else entirely had occurred. What makes the Kursk story particularly poignant is the human element that emerged from the tragedy. The crew members who survived the initial blast had followed their training perfectly. They had sealed the compartments, activated emergency life support, and attempted to signal the surface. Their actions were textbook responses to a catastrophic emergency, yet they died waiting for a rescue that came too late. The families of the Kursk's crew never received complete answers. Many continue to believe that their loved ones' deaths could have been prevented if the Russian Navy had acted more quickly or accepted international help immediately. The submarine's wreckage now rests in a shipyard in Severodvinsk, but the questions it raised about Russian naval capabilities, international cooperation, and the true cause of the disaster remain largely unanswered. Captain Kolesnikov's final words, scrawled in darkness as water and poisonous gas slowly claimed his life, serve as a testament to the human cost of the ocean's mysteries. His note ended with personal messages to his family, reminders of love that would outlast the steel tomb that claimed him. The Kursk reminds us that even in our modern age of advanced technology, the depths can claim lives and secrets with equal indifference, leaving behind only questions that may never find their answers in the crushing darkness below. Sunken ruins off the coast. When the research vessel Alvin descended to 12,000 feet off the coast of Cuba in 2001, marine geologist Dr. Paul Weinsweig expected to find empty seafloor. Instead, his sonar equipment began painting impossible images across the monitor, massive geometric structures arranged in perfect symmetry, sprawling across the ocean floor like the blueprint of a forgotten city. The initial sonar sweeps revealed something that challenged everything we understood about human history. Rectangular formations, pyramid-like structures, what appeared to be roads connecting various building complexes, all of this resting beneath nearly 2 miles of Caribbean water, in a location where conventional archaeology insisted no advanced civilization could have existed. Dr. Weinsweig's team wasn't alone in their bewilderment. Similar discoveries had been quietly accumulating in maritime databases for decades. Japanese researchers diving near Yonaguni Island had documented terraced structures carved from solid rock. British survey teams mapping the North Sea had identified stone circles beneath the waves that predated Stonehenge by millennia, each discovery more perplexing than the last. The Cuban structures presented the most confounding puzzle. Carbon dating of nearby sediments suggested these formations had been above water when sea levels were dramatically lower, approximately 15,000 years ago. This placed their construction in an era when mainstream archaeology maintained that humans were still nomadic hunter-gatherers, millennia before the rise of complex civilizations in Mesopotamia. Marine archaeologist Dr. Robert Ballard, renowned for locating the Titanic, had encountered similar anomalies during his deep-sea expeditions. His teams repeatedly identified man-made structures in locations where they simply shouldn't exist according to current historical models. Stone foundations off the coast of Turkey, organized rubble patterns in the Mediterranean, geometric arrangements of massive blocks scattered across the Atlantic ridge. The technology required to detect these underwater ruins only became available in recent decades. Before high-resolution sonar mapping and advanced submersible capabilities, the ocean floor remained largely invisible to human exploration. We're essentially discovering a hidden archaeological record that's been preserved beneath the waves for millennia. Consider the implications. If these structures are indeed artificial, they represent civilizations that thrived when much of the world's water was locked in ice sheets. As glaciers melted and sea levels rose, entire coastal regions would have been gradually submerged, taking with them any evidence of the societies that once flourished there. Dr. Graham Hancock, investigating these underwater anomalies, has documented dozens of locations where submarine surveys have identified potentially artificial structures. Off the coast of India, marine archaeologists have mapped what appears to be a vast city complex beneath the Gulf of Cambay. The structures display the organized layout characteristic of urban planning, complete with drainage systems and defensive walls. The resistance to these discoveries within academic circles has been notable. Traditional archaeology depends on a carefully constructed timeline of human development. Underwater ruins that predate accepted civilization by thousands of years don't fit comfortably within established paradigms. Funding for comprehensive investigation remains limited, leaving many of these sites only partially explored. What makes these discoveries particularly intriguing is their global distribution. Similar stories emerge from coastlines around the world. Aboriginal Australian legends describe cities that sank beneath the waves. Hindu texts reference advanced civilizations that were swallowed by rising seas. Even Plato's account of Atlantis fits the pattern of a sophisticated society lost to oceanic catastrophe. The technical challenges of investigating these sites cannot be overstated. Working at depths of thousands of feet requires specialized equipment and enormous financial resources, each dive provides only limited observation time. Recovering artifacts for proper analysis becomes exponentially more difficult as depth increases. Many potentially significant sites remain unexplored simply due to their inaccessibility. Recent advances in underwater robotics have begun changing this equation. Autonomous underwater vehicles can remain submerged for extended periods, methodically mapping large areas with precision impossible for human divers. The data they're collecting continues to reveal structured arrangements of stone that resist easy explanation as natural formations. Dr. Weinsweig's team eventually managed to deploy a remote-operated vehicle to examine the Cuban structures directly. The footage revealed smooth surfaces, right angles, and intersecting passages that appeared deliberately constructed. Yet comprehensive archaeological excavation at such depths remains beyond current technological capabilities. The geological context of these discoveries adds another layer of mystery. Many of the sites show evidence of having been above water during the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were up to 400 feet lower than today. This creates a narrow window of time when advanced construction could have occurred in areas now completely submerged. Marine geology provides a timeline for these submersions. As ice sheets retreated approximately 12,000 years ago, sea levels rose rapidly in geological terms. Coastal civilizations would have faced generations of encroaching water, forcing gradual migration inland. The most impressive structures, too massive to relocate, would have been abandoned to the inevitable flood. Some researchers theorize that survivor populations carried memories of these lost cities into their new inland settlements. The prevalence of flood myths across disconnected cultures might represent collective memory of this maritime catastrophe. Stories of advanced ancestors who possessed knowledge lost to rising seas appear in traditions worldwide. The implications extend beyond archaeology into fundamental questions about human capability and historical continuity. If these structures represent genuine ancient construction, they suggest technological sophistication that disappeared from the historical record. Engineering knowledge that took subsequent civilizations millennia to redevelop. Current investigations remain preliminary. The ocean floor continues yielding evidence of human activity in places and time periods that challenge conventional understanding. Each new sonar survey reveals additional geometric anomalies waiting for explanation. The technology to properly investigate these sites advances steadily, but the mysteries they present seem to multiply faster than solutions. These underwater ruins represent perhaps the most significant archaeological frontier remaining on Earth. Beneath the waves lies a potentially vast record of human achievement that has remained hidden until now. What we discover there may fundamentally alter our understanding of civilization's true age and complexity. The deep ocean keeps its secrets reluctantly, but those it reveals continue to astonish. The Deep-Sea Kraken. In 1997, a hydrophone array designed to detect Soviet submarines captured something that shouldn't exist. The signal, recorded 1,750 kilometers off the Pacific coast, registered at frequencies so low they traveled across entire ocean basins. Scientists called it Bloop, a sound profile matching no known geological or mechanical source. When they ran the acoustic signature through their databases, one category kept surfacing: biological. But the creature that could produce such a sound would need to be significantly larger than a blue whale. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but sometimes those secrets reach up from the depths with tentacles longer than subway trains. For centuries, sailors have returned from deep waters with stories that marine biologists couldn't explain. Tales of creatures so vast they were mistaken for islands, with appendages that could wrap around entire vessels and eyes like dinner plates reflecting ship lights back into the darkness. The Kraken of Norse mythology wasn't just folklore, it was testimony from men who had seen something that defied the natural order they understood. Modern sonar technology has given us new ways to peer into the abyss, and what we've found there challenges everything we thought we knew about the maximum size life can achieve in Earth's oceans. In 2003, a deep-sea survey vessel operating off the coast of New Zealand detected a massive return signal moving at depths of 2,000 meters. The sonar operator, a 20-year veteran named Marcus Hendricks, later described the contact as biological in nature, but of impossible dimensions. The recording from that encounter was classified for 3 years before being quietly released to a select group of marine biologists. Dr. Sarah Chen, a deep-sea specialist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, reviewed the data and found herself confronting measurements that shouldn't exist. The creature, if it was a creature, measured approximately 150 meters in length, with multiple appendages extending outward in patterns consistent with cephalopod anatomy. But known giant squids, even the largest specimens ever recorded, reach maximum lengths of around 13 meters. The mathematics of marine biology suggest that creatures of such enormous size couldn't survive at crushing deep-sea pressures, couldn't find sufficient food sources, and couldn't maintain the complex neural networks required for cephalopod intelligence. Yet the sonar doesn't lie. 3 months after the New Zealand encounter, a Japanese research submarine conducting geological surveys in the Mariana Trench reported visual contact with what their mission log described as a cephalopod of extraordinary proportions. The submarine's external cameras captured approximately 40 seconds of footage showing massive tentacles moving past their observation windows at depths of 7,000 meters, depths where no known large marine life should be able to survive. The footage was analyzed by a team of marine biologists, deep-sea specialists, and military personnel. Their conclusion, reached after 6 months of intensive review, was that the creature observed exhibited characteristics consistent with cephalopod anatomy, but at a scale that challenged fundamental assumptions about deep-sea life. Dr. WWII sent characteristics consistent with cephalopod anatomy. Robert Ballard, the oceanographer who discovered the Titanic wreck, has spent decades mapping the ocean floor. In his private journals, published posthumously, he wrote about encounters with massive biological signatures that his team couldn't classify. During a 2001 expedition to the Puerto Rico Trench, Ballard's submersible detected what he described as intelligent movement patterns from creatures measuring over 100 meters in length. The entries detail 3 separate encounters with what Ballard termed deep-sea leviathans, creatures that demonstrated complex behavior patterns, coordinated movement, and apparent curiosity about human presence. In one instance, his submersible was approached by what sonar indicated was a creature with multiple appendages, each over 50 meters long, moving with purpose and precision through the water column. Military submarines have had their own encounters with these deep-sea giants. Declassified sonar logs from the USS Connecticut show multiple contacts with massive biological signatures during deep-sea patrols in the 1990s. The submarine's sonar operator, Chief Petty Officer David Martinez, reported tracking creatures that moved like squid but registered size profiles consistent with small islands. One particular encounter, recorded in 1998, involved a prolonged sonar contact with what appeared to be a creature over 200 meters in length. The contact lasted for over an hour, with the creature maintaining a parallel course with the submarine at a distance of approximately 500 meters. When the submarine changed direction, the creature mirrored the movement, suggesting intelligence and awareness. The oceanographic community remains divided on these encounters. Traditional marine biologists argue that such creatures are impossible, that the square-cube law of biology prevents animals from reaching such enormous sizes while maintaining the complex physiological systems required for survival. The pressure at extreme depths, the scarcity of food sources, and the metabolic requirements of such massive creatures should make their existence impossible. But the evidence keeps accumulating. Commercial fishing vessels operating in deep Pacific waters have reported sonar contacts with massive moving objects that don't match any known marine life. Oil exploration platforms have recorded unexplained biological signatures on their deep-sea scanning equipment. Research vessels conducting geological surveys have encountered creatures that their instruments can barely comprehend. Dr. Chen has spent 15 years studying these encounters, collecting data from military sources, research institutions, and commercial maritime operations. Her database now contains over 200 documented contacts with creatures measuring over 50 meters in length, all exhibiting characteristics consistent with cephalopod anatomy and behavior. The pattern that emerges suggests these creatures inhabit the deepest ocean trenches, possibly dwelling in underwater cave systems or thermal vent communities where they've evolved in isolation from surface marine life. Their enormous size might be an adaptation to the extreme pressure and limited food sources of the deep ocean. allowing them to survive on minimal nutrition while maintaining complex neural networks. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have provided new opportunities to study these creatures. High-definition cameras, advanced sonar systems, and improved deep-sea vehicles have captured increasingly detailed evidence of their existence. The footage shows creatures that move with intelligence and purpose, demonstrating behaviors that suggest complex social structures and advanced problem-solving capabilities. The question that haunts marine biologists is whether these creatures represent unknown species that have evolved in Earth's deepest waters, or whether they're remnants of ancient marine life that survived in the deep ocean while their surface relatives went extinct. The fossil record suggests that massive marine cephalopods once dominated Earth's oceans, creatures that could have survived in the deep trenches while smaller species claimed the surface waters. As we develop more sophisticated methods for exploring the deepest parts of our oceans, we're discovering that the abyss holds more mysteries than we ever imagined. The Kraken of ancient sailor tales might not be mythology at all, but testimony from men who glimpsed creatures that science is only now beginning to understand. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. In that vast, unexplored realm, giants may still swim in the darkness, waiting for the day when human technology finally allows us to meet them face to face. WWII's lost German U-boat fleet. At the war's end in 1945, Allied intelligence faced a troubling arithmetical problem. Of the 1,162 German U-boats that had prowled the oceans during World War II, over 200 had simply vanished without trace. Not sunk in recorded battles, not scuttled in known locations, not surrendered at designated ports. Gone. The numbers didn't add up then. They still don't today. Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the German U-boat fleet, had spoken cryptically of his submarine crews finding an earthly paradise in the final months of the war. Intelligence officers dismissed this as the ramblings of a defeated man. But as the decades passed and wreckage from other conflicts steadily emerged from the deep, these particular submarines remained stubbornly absent from the ocean floor. U-977 surfaced in Argentina 2 months after Germany's surrender. Her captain, Heinz Schäfer, claimed they had been hiding underwater, moving slowly toward South America. But U-977's fuel consumption didn't match the story. The submarine should have run dry weeks earlier. Where had they really been? The case of U-530 proved even more puzzling. This submarine appeared off the Argentine coast in July 1945, her crew cleanly shaven, well-fed, and displaying none of the telltale signs of months underwater. When interrogated, the crew members offered conflicting accounts of their journey. Some claimed they had been at sea since April. Others insisted they had made landfall somewhere, but refused to specify where. Both submarines had been modified prior to their final missions. Standard armaments removed, additional fuel tanks installed, and curious sealed compartments welded into their hulls. The official records of these modifications were destroyed in Berlin's final days, leaving only fragments of requisition orders and cryptic references in decoded radio transmissions. The most intriguing intercept came from U-859, captured by Allied codebreakers in February 1945. The transmission, sent from somewhere in the Indian Ocean, contained geographical coordinates that placed the submarine near the Crozet Islands. But when search teams reached those coordinates months later, they found something unexpected: fresh supply caches, recently constructed fuel depots, and concrete foundations that hadn't been there before the war. Someone had been building infrastructure in one of the most remote locations on Earth. U-859 was officially recorded as sunk by HMS Trenchant in September 1944. Yet here were radio transmissions, authenticated by 3 separate cryptanalysis teams, suggesting she had survived another 5 months. The Admiralty quietly classified the intercepts and never released them to the public record. Similar inconsistencies emerged across the Pacific. U-234, carrying a cargo of uranium oxide, and 2 Japanese submarine officers, surrendered to American forces in May 1945. But manifest records showed the submarine should have been carrying 3 Japanese officers. The third man, a nuclear physicist named Tokutaro Kawamura, had vanished somewhere during the Atlantic crossing. His personal effects remained in his quarters, untouched, as if he had simply stepped out for a moment. When questioned, U-234's crew claimed no knowledge of the missing officer. They insisted only 2 Japanese personnel had ever been aboard, yet their own radio logs, discovered years later in East German archives, contained multiple references to the 3 passengers during the early stages of their journey. The technology aboard these late-war submarines defied easy explanation. U-977 carried prototype sonar equipment that wouldn't appear in American submarines for another decade. U-530's engines had been modified with components that metallurgical analysis traced to sources outside Germany, possibly outside Europe entirely. Most puzzling were the navigational charts found aboard both vessels, standard Atlantic and Pacific routes, as expected, but also detailed bathymetric surveys of ocean trenches that hadn't been officially mapped until the 1960s. The charts were hand-drawn, annotated in German, and showed underwater topography with remarkable accuracy. How had German submarines obtained detailed maps of previously unknown ocean floor features? The answer might lie in Operation High Jump, the massive American naval expedition to Antarctica in 1946. Officially described as a research mission, High Jump involved 4,700 personnel, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft. Admiral Richard Byrd, the expedition's commander, had requested resources for an 8-month mission, but returned after just 2 months. In his final report, classified until 1985, Byrd wrote of discovering vast underground installations and encountering aircraft of unknown origin. The report was immediately buried, and Byrd was ordered never to discuss his findings publicly. But radio intercepts from Operation High Jump, discovered in Australian naval archives in 1998, tell a different story. Multiple references to submarine contacts, unidentified periscopes, and unknown acoustic signatures appear throughout the expedition's communications. On February 16, 1947, 3 ships reported simultaneous sonar contacts with what appeared to be a large submarine formation moving through the waters off Queen Maud Land. The submarines never surfaced. They simply vanished into the deep. Indigenous peoples of Tierra del Fuego speak of silent ships that began appearing in remote fjords during the final years of the war. These vessels would emerge at night, their crews coming ashore to gather supplies before disappearing again by dawn. Local fishermen reported encounters with submarines bearing markings they didn't recognize, symbols that weren't quite German, but weren't quite anything else either. Similar accounts emerged from the Kerguelen Islands, South Georgia, and the remote reaches of the Chilean coast. Always the same pattern: submarines operating in areas where no submarine should logically be found, crews who seemed remarkably well supplied for men supposedly cut off from their homeland, and modifications to their vessels that suggested access to advanced technology. The final piece of the puzzle emerged in 1991, when the collapse of the Soviet Union released previously classified documents from their own submarine tracking programs. Soviet naval intelligence had been monitoring unusual acoustic signatures in the Southern Ocean since 1946, submarine engine sounds that matched German U-boat configurations, but displaying performance characteristics that exceeded known German capabilities. These signatures continued to appear sporadically throughout the 1950s and 1960s, always in the same remote regions, always following similar patterns. The Soviet reports noted that the submarines seemed to be following established routes, as if they were part of some ongoing operation. Then, in 1971, the signatures stopped. Whatever had been moving through those dark waters simply vanished, leaving behind only questions and the persistent sense that somewhere beneath the waves, answers waited to be discovered. The mathematics of the missing U-boats remains unsolved. 200 submarines, their crews, their missions, their ultimate destinations, all swallowed by the same depths that guard their secrets still. The unexplained clang of the Bloop. In the summer of 1997, hydrophones stationed across the Pacific Ocean detected something that would haunt marine acoustics for decades. The sound lasted 97 seconds. It originated from coordinates roughly 1,760 kilometers west of Chile's southern coast. Its frequency profile suggested something so massive that conventional explanations crumbled under scrutiny. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration catalogued it simply as Bloop, but this clinical designation masked a profound mystery that would challenge everything scientists understood about the deep ocean's capacity for sound generation. Dr. Christopher Fox was monitoring the hydrophone array that morning when the signal materialized on his screens. The waveform resembled biological acoustics, the kind of sound pattern associated with living creatures, but amplified beyond any known organism's capability. To produce such a signal, the source would need to dwarf the largest blue whale by orders of magnitude. The hydrophones that captured Bloop were originally deployed during the Cold War, designed to detect Soviet submarines navigating the Pacific's deepest channels. These sensors, positioned at optimal depths for sound transmission, could monitor acoustic events across thousands of kilometers. Their sensitivity made them perfect instruments for eavesdropping on the ocean's most subtle conversations. What they recorded defied immediate classification. The sound began at a low frequency of approximately 20 Hz and rose to around 7,000 Hz over its duration. This frequency sweep, combined with the signal's distinctive shape, bore striking resemblance to marine mammal vocalizations, but scaled to impossible proportions. Marine biologists attempted to model what creature could generate such acoustics. Their calculations suggested an animal several times larger than any known whale species, yet the fossil record contained no evidence of such giants. The largest known marine predator, the prehistoric megalodon, would have been acoustically insignificant compared to Bloop's theoretical source. The signal's location added another layer of mystery. The coordinates placed it near the southern Pacific's deepest trenches, regions where crushing pressure and perpetual darkness create environments hostile to most life forms. If something massive did inhabit these depths, it would represent an entirely unknown branch of marine biology. Dr. Fox's team analyzed the signal's propagation patterns, attempting to triangulate its precise origin. The hydrophones detected Bloop simultaneously across multiple stations, suggesting enormous acoustic power. Sound travels efficiently through water, but the signal's clarity across such distances indicated extraordinary strength at its source. Alternative theories emerged from the geological community. Some researchers proposed that underwater volcanic activity could generate similar acoustic signatures. The Pacific Ring of Fire contains numerous active geological formations capable of producing powerful sounds. Underwater landslides, tectonic shifts, or volcanic eruptions might create acoustic patterns resembling biological activity. But geological explanations face their own challenges. Volcanic sounds typically display different frequency characteristics than Bloop's biological-like signature. The signal's smooth frequency sweep suggested controlled generation rather than chaotic geological processes. Seismic events produce recognizable acoustic fingerprints that differed substantially from what the hydrophones recorded. The timing of Bloop's detection coincided with increased interest in deep-sea acoustics. The end of the Cold War had freed military hydrophone networks for scientific research, opening new windows into oceanic sound environments. Scientists discovered that the deep ocean generates far more acoustic activity than previously understood. Mysterious sounds became regular occurrences in the hydrophone data. Researchers cataloged dozens of unexplained signals, each receiving descriptive code names: whistle, upsweep, slow down, train. But Bloop remained the most intriguing due to its biological characteristics and sheer power. Years passed without resolution. The hydrophone network continued monitoring, but Bloop never repeated. Whatever generated the signal either moved beyond detection range, fell silent, or perhaps ceased to exist. The ocean's depths guarded their secret jealously. In 2005, new analysis suggested a more mundane explanation. WWII researchers proposed that Bloop originated from ice movement in Antarctica. Large icebergs, grinding against the seafloor or fracturing under pressure, could generate powerful acoustic signals. The frequency characteristics might match biological patterns through coincidental acoustics rather than actual biological generation. This icequake theory offered a scientifically acceptable explanation, yet questions persisted. The signal's location seemed distant from major ice formations, requiring complex sound propagation to reach the detection coordinates. The acoustic signature's remarkable similarity to biological sounds struck many researchers as too precise for random geological processes. The debate revealed fundamental limitations in deep-sea research. Vast portions of the ocean remain unexplored, their acoustic environments poorly understood. The pressure and darkness of the deep ocean create conditions where conventional observation becomes impossible. Hydrophones provide glimpses into this hidden world, but their data often raises more questions than answers. Marine biologists continue discovering new species in the deep ocean, many displaying unexpected characteristics. Giant squids, once considered mythical, proved real when specimens were finally captured. Deep-sea creatures often evolve unique adaptations to their extreme environments, suggesting that unknown giants might indeed inhabit the deepest trenches. The statistical improbability of Bloop's characteristics continues to intrigue researchers. Random geological processes rarely produce such organized acoustic signatures. The signal's duration, frequency progression, and power levels aligned too perfectly with biological patterns to dismiss biological origins entirely. Modern hydrophone networks maintain vigilance for Bloop's return. Advanced processing techniques analyze every detected signal, searching for similar patterns that might illuminate the original mystery. The ocean's acoustic environment remains under constant surveillance, yet Bloop's source continues to elude identification. The sound's legacy extends beyond marine science. Popular culture embraced the mystery, weaving Bloop into narratives of sea monsters and hidden ocean civilizations. While scientific skepticism tempers such speculation, the signal's unexplained nature leaves room for imagination to flourish alongside empirical investigation. Deep beneath the Pacific surface, the source of Bloop remains silent, its identity preserved in the ocean's vast anonymity. Whether ancient ice, unknown geology, or something far more extraordinary, the truth rests in darkness, waiting for technology or chance to breach the deep's persistent secrecy. The Enigma of the Japanese submarine 152. 3 separate expeditions have spent millions searching for the same sunken submarine, yet each team returned with contradictory coordinates and impossible readings. The Japanese I-52 carries more than wartime secrets to the ocean floor. It challenges everything we understand about deep-sea recovery. July 1944. The Pacific theater burns with the final fury of World War II, and beneath the waves, a solitary submarine cuts through the darkness, carrying cargo that could alter the war's outcome. The I-52, a massive Japanese vessel stretching 356 feet in length, holds 2 tons of gold bars, strategic blueprints, and Germany's most advanced radar technology. Her destination, Nazi-occupied France. Her fate, to vanish into one of the ocean's most enduring mysteries. The last transmission from I-52 crackled through the static on June 23, 1944, as she approached her rendezvous point with German U-boat U-530 in the mid-Atlantic. Captain Kameo Uno reported all systems normal, cargo secure, and arrival on schedule. Within hours, American destroyer USS Bogue would claim a submarine kill in those exact waters. The official record seemed clear until the expeditions began. In 1995, deep-sea explorer Paul Tidwell led the first major search for I-52. His sonar equipment, state-of-the-art for its time, detected a massive metallic signature at 17,000 feet below the surface. The dimensions matched perfectly. The location aligned with wartime records. Yet when Tidwell's cameras descended to investigate, they revealed twisted metal that defied conventional explanation. The submarine's hull showed damage patterns inconsistent with torpedo strikes, and more puzzling still, sections of the vessel appeared to be missing entirely. Tidwell's team recovered artifacts that raised more questions than answers. They found pieces of German radar equipment that shouldn't have existed until 1946, 2 years after the I-52's departure from Japan. They discovered personal effects from crew members who, according to Japanese naval records, had never been assigned to the vessel. Most troubling of all, they retrieved fragments of gold bars bearing mint marks from facilities that weren't operational during the war. The coordinates Tidwell's team recorded that day would spark decades of controversy. When subsequent expeditions attempted to return to the site, they found empty ocean floor. The massive debris field had seemingly vanished, leaving only faint sonar shadows and geological formations that matched no known seafloor topology. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine archaeologist who participated in the 2003 follow-up expedition, described the experience as investigating a ghost. Her team's advanced submersibles detected strong metallic readings at the original coordinates, but visual confirmation remained elusive. The cameras showed fleeting glimpses of what appeared to be submarine sections, but these images flickered and distorted as if the equipment itself was struggling to process what it recorded. The mystery deepened when Russian naval historians revealed classified documents in 2007. Soviet submarines had encountered the I-52 in 1944, but their reports described a vessel that bore little resemblance to Japanese design specifications. The Russian accounts spoke of a submarine with unusual propulsion systems and hull modifications that suggested technologies far beyond wartime capabilities. Commander Alexei Petrov, who reviewed the declassified files, noted discrepancies that challenged official narratives. The Soviet submarine K-21 had tracked I-52 for 6 hours before losing contact, and during that time, the Japanese vessel had maintained speeds impossible for submarines of that era. The Soviet sonar operators reported acoustic signatures that didn't match any known propulsion system. These revelations prompted a third major expedition in 2011, led by maritime historian Dr. James Kensington. His team employed revolutionary deep-sea scanning technology that could penetrate ocean sediment and detect metallic objects buried beneath the seafloor. The results defied all expectations. The scanners revealed not one, but 3 separate submarine signatures in the search area, each showing different levels of degradation and burial depth. The deepest signature, buried under 40 feet of sediment, appeared to match I-52's dimensions precisely. The middle signature, partially exposed on the seafloor, showed characteristics consistent with German U-boat design. The surface signature, clearly visible to sonar, displayed features that matched neither Japanese nor German naval architecture. Kensington's team faced a disturbing realization: either multiple submarines had sunk in the same precise location, or the I-52 had somehow fractured across different time periods, with pieces of the vessel existing at various stages of deep-sea burial that should have taken centuries to achieve. The gold aboard I-52 adds another layer to the mystery. Japanese records indicate the submarine carried exactly 146 gold bars, each weighing 12.5 kilograms. However, recovery attempts have yielded gold fragments that, when analyzed, show isotopic compositions suggesting origins from mines that weren't discovered until the 1960s. The metallurgical evidence points to gold that couldn't have existed during World War II. Financial records from the expedition insurance claims reveal a pattern that maritime salvage experts find deeply troubling. Each search team has reported finding gold, yet the total weight of recovered precious metals exceeds the original cargo manifest by nearly 400%. The math simply doesn't align with historical records. Dr. Sarah Chen, who analyzed the recovered gold samples, discovered microscopic markings that appear to be artificially created. Under electron microscopy, the gold bars show tool marks consistent with manufacturing techniques developed in the 1970s, decades after the I-52's final voyage. The implications suggest either widespread historical falsification or technological anachronisms that challenge our understanding of wartime capabilities. The most recent expedition, conducted in 2019, employed autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with artificial intelligence navigation systems. These machines, designed to operate independently at crushing depths, began exhibiting unprecedented behavioral anomalies when approaching the I-52 search area. The AI systems started generating navigation commands that contradicted their programming, guiding the vehicles in patterns that served no logical purpose. The autonomous vehicle's data logs revealed sensor readings that marine engineers describe as impossible. The machines detected temperature variations, pressure changes, and acoustic phenomena that shouldn't exist at those depths. Most disturbing, the AI systems began generating sonar maps of structures that weren't there when human operators examined the same areas. Today, the I-52 remains hidden beneath thousands of feet of Atlantic water, carrying its cargo of gold, secrets, and questions that span generations of deep-sea exploration. The submarine's exact resting place continues to elude discovery, despite advances in technology that should have made the search routine decades ago. The mystery endures, suspended in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean, waiting for the next expedition, brave enough to confront the impossible answers that lie buried in the abyss. The unknown depths of Challenger Deep. When the bathyscaphe Trieste touched bottom in 1960, dropping through 7 miles of crushing darkness to reach the deepest point on Earth. Pilot Don Walsh radioed back a message that still puzzles marine biologists today. At 35,814 feet beneath the Pacific's surface, in a realm where pressure reaches over 1,000 times that at sea level, he reported seeing something that shouldn't exist: a flatfish, ghostly pale, gliding across the sediment floor of Challenger Deep. The scientific community dismissed it as debris. At that depth, they argued, life as we know it simply cannot survive. The water temperature hovers just above freezing. Sunlight has never penetrated these depths, and the pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds. Yet Walsh's observation planted a seed of doubt that has grown into something far more intriguing over the decades. Challenger Deep lies within the Mariana Trench, a crescent-shaped scar in the ocean floor southeast of Guam. This underwater canyon stretches for 1,500 miles, but it's the deepest section that captures our imagination. Named after the HMS Challenger, the British survey vessel that first measured the trench's depths in 1875, this abyss represents the closest thing to an alien world we can reach without leaving Earth. The numbers alone defy comprehension. If Mount Everest were placed at the bottom of Challenger Deep, its peak would still sit over a mile beneath the ocean's surface. The pressure down there equals roughly 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square meter. Its environment so extreme that until recently, we assumed it was essentially sterile, a liquid desert where nothing could possibly thrive. But in 2012, filmmaker James Cameron made a solo descent to the bottom in his specially designed submersible, the Deep-Sea Challenger. His 3-hour journey to the deepest point accessible to humans yielded footage that contradicted decades of scientific assumptions. The sediment showed signs of biological activity. Microscopic organisms, it seemed, had found a way to survive in conditions that would instantly destroy most life forms. Cameron's samples revealed something even more extraordinary. The mud at the bottom of Challenger Deep teemed with previously unknown species of bacteria, single-celled organisms that had evolved to not just survive but flourish under impossible pressure. These microbes process energy in ways that challenge our understanding of biology, feeding on chemicals seeping from the Earth's crust rather than relying on any connection to the sunlit world above. The implications ripple outward like sonar waves. If life exists at the bottom of Challenger Deep, thriving in conditions once thought uninhabitable, what does that tell us about the possibility of life in the subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moon Europa, or beneath the ice sheets of Enceladus? These distant worlds suddenly seem less alien, their crushing depths less forbidding. Yet for all our technological advances, we've barely scratched the surface of understanding what lies in Earth's deepest places. The entire history of human exploration of Challenger Deep consists of 3 manned descents spanning over half a century. We've sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of our own ocean. The vast majority of this underwater landscape remains unmapped, unexplored, and utterly mysterious. Recent sonar surveys have detected something that defies easy explanation. The seafloor at Challenger Deep isn't the smooth, featureless plain that scientists expected. Instead, it's carved with channels, ridges, and depressions that suggest active geological processes. Water currents flow along the bottom, carrying sediment and nutrients in patterns that create what can only be described as an underwater weather system. These currents may explain another puzzling discovery. Deep-sea landers, robotic vehicles designed to sink to the bottom and record whatever they encounter, have captured images of objects that shouldn't be there. Not the manufactured debris that unfortunately litters even our deepest waters, but organic structures that appear to be shells, bone fragments, and other biological remains. How did these materials from the upper ocean survive the crushing journey to the deepest point on Earth? And what does their presence suggest about the connections between Challenger Deep and the rest of the ocean system? The acoustic properties of Challenger Deep add another layer of mystery. Sound behaves strangely at these depths, where pressure affects the speed of sound waves in ways that confound sonar operators. Submersibles have recorded echoes that seem to come from structures larger than anything visible on their cameras. These phantom returns could be equipment malfunctions, acoustic mirages created by temperature and pressure variations, or reflections from something we haven't yet learned to see. Perhaps most intriguingly, the sediment cores extracted from Challenger Deep tell a story that spans millions of years. Each layer represents a different chapter in Earth's history, a timeline written in microscopic fossils and chemical signatures. But some of these layers contain anomalies, concentrations of rare elements, and isotopes that don't match any known geological processes. It's as if the deep ocean has been collecting evidence of events that occurred far from Earth, cosmic debris from meteor impacts and stellar explosions that eventually settled into the deepest places on our planet. The deepest point on Earth remains largely unexplored, not just because of technological limitations, but because it represents a frontier that challenges our most basic assumptions about life, geology, and the boundaries of the possible. Every descent brings back evidence that the abyss is far more complex and dynamic than we imagined, a realm where the rules of the surface world don't apply. As we develop new technologies capable of withstanding the crushing pressure and exploring these depths more thoroughly, we're left with profound questions. What other forms of life might exist in the deepest trenches? What geological processes shape these underwater landscapes? And what secrets about our planet's history lie buried in the sediment of places no human eye has ever seen? The unknown depths of Challenger Deep remind us that our own planet still harbors mysteries as profound as anything we might discover among the stars. 7 miles beneath the surface, in crushing darkness and impossible pressure, another world waits to be explored. Anomalous submarine contacts. For decades, submarine crews have filed reports that naval commanders would rather forget. Contact reports describing objects moving through the ocean at impossible speeds, performing maneuvers that defy underwater physics, and vanishing from sonar screens in ways that challenge our understanding of what's possible beneath the waves. These encounters span different navies, different decades, and different oceans, yet they share disturbing similarities that suggest something has been moving through our underwater world, something we haven't been able to identify, track, or explain. The first documented case appeared in Soviet naval archives from 1962. The crew of submarine K-222 reported tracking an object traveling at over 200 knots underwater, a speed that remains physically impossible for any known vessel. The sonar operator described the contact as solid, metallic, and maintaining perfect depth control while executing turns that should have torn apart any conventional submarine. Captain Yuri Beketov filed a detailed report that remained classified for 30 years. When declassified documents finally emerged, his account revealed systematic tracking of the object for 47 minutes. The unknown contact had approached the Soviet submarine, circled it 3 times at varying depths, then accelerated beyond the range of their sonar equipment in a matter of seconds. What troubled naval analysts wasn't just the speed, it was the precision. The object had maintained perfect navigational control while performing maneuvers that would have crushed any human crew from the G-forces alone. Similar encounters began appearing in American naval records. USS Trepang reported multiple contacts during a 1971 Arctic patrol mission. Sonar technician David Miller documented objects moving in formation beneath the ice pack, traveling at speeds exceeding 150 knots while maintaining synchronized movement patterns. The contacts appeared mechanical rather than biological. They reflected sonar pulses with the distinctive signature of manufactured surfaces, yet moved with an agility that surpassed anything in the known inventory of world navies. Miller's logs described the objects as roughly cylindrical, approximately 100 feet in length, and capable of instant acceleration from stationary positions. Commander James Patterson ordered the submarine to surface for visual confirmation. Through the periscope, crew members observed disturbances in the water suggesting large objects moving at high speed beneath the surface. The wake patterns indicated propulsion systems operating on principles unknown to conventional marine engineering. The British Royal Navy contributed their own encounters to this growing collection of anomalous contacts. HMS Dreadnought reported tracking an object during a 1973 patrol in the North Atlantic. The contact maintained a depth of 2,000 feet while traveling at sustained speeds that would have required power outputs beyond any known submarine reactor. What distinguished this encounter was the object's apparent awareness of the British submarine. When HMS Dreadnought attempted to close distance for better identification, the contact would accelerate away, maintaining perfect separation while matching the submarine's course changes with impossible precision. Lieutenant Commander Michael Hayes documented the encounter in his patrol log. The object had detected their approach from distances that exceeded the range of any known sonar system, suggesting detection capabilities that surpassed 1970s military technology by decades. The pattern repeated across different navies and different decades. French submarines reported similar contacts in the Mediterranean. Japanese vessels documented encounters in the Pacific. Each report described objects with performance characteristics that defied conventional understanding of underwater propulsion and navigation. The most detailed encounter occurred in 1977 aboard USS George Washington. Sonar operator Thomas Anderson tracked multiple contacts during a routine patrol mission. The objects appeared to be operating in coordination, maintaining formation while executing complex maneuvers at depths approaching 3,000 feet. Anderson's logs reveal 17 separate contacts over a 6-hour period. The objects demonstrated the ability to hover motionless, accelerate to extreme speeds, and perform simultaneous course changes that suggested some form of instantaneous communication between them. Commander Robert Chen ordered the submarine to general quarters and attempted to establish communication with the unknown contacts. Standard naval identification procedures yielded no response. The objects continued their coordinated movements, apparently indifferent to the American submarine's presence. The encounter ended abruptly when all contacts simultaneously accelerated beyond sonar range, disappearing in different directions at speeds that Anderson calculated exceeded 300 knots. The precision of their coordinated departure suggested intelligence and technological capabilities that challenged fundamental assumptions about underwater operations. Naval intelligence analysts have struggled to explain these encounters. The objects demonstrate performance characteristics that exceed known submarine technology by orders of magnitude. They appear to operate without regard for the physical constraints that limit conventional underwater vessels. Dr. Sarah Richardson, a former naval intelligence analyst, spent 15 years studying these contact reports. Her classified analysis identified common elements across different encounters: extreme speed capabilities, perfect depth control, apparent awareness of human submarine operations, and technological sophistication that surpassed contemporary military systems. Richardson's research revealed that these encounters occurred with notable frequency during periods of increased naval activity. Cold War submarine patrols generated more contact reports than peacetime operations, suggesting that whatever these objects represent, they demonstrate particular interest in human military activities. The implications extend beyond simple identification challenges. If these contacts represent unknown technology, their capabilities suggest propulsion and navigation systems that operate on principles not yet understood by human science. The objects appear to move through water with the same ease that conventional aircraft move through air. Some researchers have proposed that these encounters represent advanced submarine technology developed in secret by rival nations. However, the timeline of reports spans decades during which no nation possessed the material science or propulsion technology necessary to create vessels with such capabilities. The alternative explanations venture into territory that challenges our understanding of what's possible in our oceans. The objects demonstrate technological sophistication that exceeds current human capabilities, suggesting either breakthrough advances in underwater engineering or the presence of intelligence that operates from technological foundations we haven't yet discovered. These anomalous submarine contacts continue to accumulate in naval archives. Modern sonar systems provide more detailed data, but the fundamental questions remain unanswered. Something has been moving through our oceans, with capabilities that surpass our understanding of underwater physics. The encounters represent more than curiosities in military records. They suggest that our oceans contain mysteries that have been actively observing and perhaps studying human underwater activities for decades. Whatever these objects represent, they demonstrate technological mastery of the underwater environment that we have yet to achieve or explain. The deep ocean continues to guard its secrets, leaving us to wonder what intelligence moves beneath the waves, watching our submarines with capabilities that remain beyond our comprehension. The Flannan Isles vanishing. 3 lighthouse keepers vanished from the Flannan Isles in December 1900, leaving behind a mystery that has haunted maritime investigators for over a century. The evidence they left behind defies every rational explanation, and the deeper you examine the facts, the more impossible their disappearance becomes. The Flannan Isles sit 20 miles west of Scotland's Outer Hebrides, a cluster of barren rocks that thrust from the North Atlantic like forgotten monuments. The lighthouse there had been operational for less than a year when the relief vessel Hesperus arrived on December 26, 1900, to find something that shouldn't have been possible. The lighthouse was dark, no signal lamp, no response to the ship's horn, no movement on the landing platform where the keepers should have been waiting. Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, climbed the narrow path to the lighthouse compound with growing unease. The entrance gate stood wide open, swinging in the Atlantic wind. Inside the lighthouse, he found the main light had been carefully extinguished and cleaned. The beds were unmade, the kitchen clock had stopped, but it was the logbook that transformed confusion into something approaching dread. The final entries, written in the meticulous handwriting of Principal Keeper James Ducat, documented a storm of unprecedented fury that had allegedly struck the islands on December 12th. Entry after entry described winds unlike anything in the keeper's collective decades of experience, equipment torn from its moorings, waves reaching heights that should have been impossible at the lighthouse's elevation. Thomas Marshall, the second keeper, had added his own observations. He wrote of Donald MacArthur, the third keeper, being very quiet and praying. The final entry, dated December 15th, noted that the storm had finally passed and the sea was calm. Here lies the first impossibility. Weather stations across Scotland recorded no significant storm activity during the period described in the logbook. Ships passing through the area reported normal conditions. The lighthouse on the nearby island of Monach, less than 40 miles away, logged routine weather throughout those same days. The physical evidence told an equally contradictory story. The lighthouse's west landing, which faced the full force of Atlantic storms, showed signs of catastrophic damage. Iron railings weighing hundreds of pounds had been twisted and torn away. A massive stone block, estimated at over a ton, had been displaced from its position. The concrete steps had been partially destroyed. Yet the east landing, which should have been sheltered from any west-facing storm, was completely undamaged. Equipment that should have been scattered by the winds described in the logbook remained exactly where it had been placed. The investigation that followed raised more questions than it answered. Robert Muirhead, the Northern Lighthouse Board superintendent, personally examined the site. His official report noted that the damage pattern was inconsistent with any known storm. The missing keeper's oilskins told their own strange story. Only one set was gone, despite the logbook's description of all three men working together during the supposed storm. Local fishermen, who knew these waters better than anyone, insisted that no storm had occurred. They had been fishing in the area throughout December and would have sought shelter if conditions had deteriorated. Their testimony was dismissed by mainland authorities who couldn't reconcile eyewitness accounts with the physical evidence. The search for the missing men extended across Scotland's western islands. Coast guards, naval vessels, and fishing boats combed the waters. No bodies were ever found, no debris, no personal effects. Three men had simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only questions and a lighthouse that didn't make sense. Traditional explanations began to emerge almost immediately. The official inquiry concluded that the keepers had likely been swept away by a massive wave while securing equipment at the West Landing. This theory required believing that all three men had ventured out together, against established protocols, without proper protective clothing, during conditions they themselves had described as unprecedented. The wave theory also failed to explain the logbook entries. If the men had been swept away on December 15th, who had written the final entry describing the storm's end? If they had died earlier, why did the entries continue? The handwriting analysis confirmed that all entries were genuine, written by the keepers themselves. Local folklore offered darker possibilities. The Flannan Isles had long been considered cursed by Hebridean fishermen. Ancient Gaelic warnings spoke of spirits that dwelt beneath the waves, beings that could summon storms and claim the lives of those who intruded on their domain. While these stories were dismissed by investigators, they contained details that seemed to anticipate the lighthouse mystery by centuries. More intriguing were the reports from passing ships. The steamer Arctur had noted unusual activity around the Flannan Isles in the days before the disappearance. The ship's log mentioned lights moving in patterns that didn't match the lighthouse's normal operation. Another vessel reported what appeared to be a submarine surfacing near the islands. Though naval authorities insisted no submarines were operating in the area, the submarine theory gained credibility during World War I, when captured German documents revealed extensive reconnaissance of British lighthouse positions. German U-boats had been mapping coastal defenses and strategic installations throughout the British Isles. A lighthouse keeper's detailed knowledge of shipping lanes and naval movements would have been invaluable to enemy intelligence. This explanation required believing that foreign agents had somehow reached the isolated lighthouse, captured 3 experienced keepers without a struggle, and staged an elaborate deception involving fake logbook entries and manufactured storm damage. The sophistication of such an operation seemed beyond the capabilities of 1900-era espionage, yet the alternative explanations were equally impossible. The Flannan Isles lighthouse was automated in 1971, but the mystery of its first keepers has never been resolved. The damaged west landing was rebuilt, the twisted railings replaced, the displaced stones returned to their foundations, yet something fundamental about the case remains irreducible to simple explanations. Modern investigators have applied advanced techniques to the evidence, analyzing everything from meteorological data to geological surveys. The results consistently confirm what witnesses reported in 1900. The damage pattern doesn't match any known weather phenomenon. The timeline doesn't align with documented conditions. The behavior described in the logbook violates every established protocol for lighthouse operations. 3 men walked into the Atlantic wind one December day and never returned. They left behind a lighthouse that told 2 different stories, one written in careful logbook entries, another carved into stone and iron by forces that weren't supposed to exist. Both stories can't be true, yet the evidence supports both. The waves still crash against the Flannan Isles, wearing away the stones where the lighthouse keepers once stood. The mystery they left behind remains as sharp and unyielding as the day their absence was first discovered. The shadow of U-869. In 1991, a group of wreck divers descending toward what they believed was an uncharted shipwreck off the coast of New Jersey made a discovery that would unravel one of World War II's most carefully guarded secrets. The twisted metal hull, rising from the sandy bottom at 230 feet, didn't belong to any merchant vessel or Allied warship. The sleek, unmistakable silhouette belonged to a German U-boat, one that wasn't supposed to exist in these waters at all. For nearly 5 decades, U-869 had been nothing more than a footnote in naval records. German archives listed it as missing, presumed destroyed somewhere in the Atlantic. The submarine had vanished without a trace in February 1945, taking 49 souls with it into the dark waters of the deep. Yet here it lay, impossibly close to American shores, its presence raising questions that would take years to answer. The initial identification proved challenging. The submarine's conning tower had been damaged, obscuring the hull number that would have immediately revealed its identity. But experienced wreck divers John Chatterton and Richie Kohler weren't easily deterred. What began as routine artifact recovery became an obsession that would consume nearly a decade of their lives. Inside the submarine's cramped quarters, personal effects told silent stories. A coffee cup still sat on a table where someone had left it that final morning. Photographs of sweethearts and family members remained tucked into bunks. Most haunting of all were the human remains, still at their duty stations, preserved in the cold Atlantic depths like guardians of a secret they could never tell. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Among the artifacts recovered was a piece of china bearing the name Horenberg. This single clue led researchers to dig deeper into the submarine's crew manifest, eventually identifying Helmut Neuerberg, a radio man whose hometown newspapers had mentioned his service aboard U-869. The pieces began falling into place, but they revealed a story far more complex than anyone had imagined. According to official German records, U-869 had been ordered to patrol the waters off North Africa in early 1945. Under the command of 26-year-old Helmut Neuerberg, the submarine should have been thousands of miles away from the American coast. Yet here it rested, its presence a testament to orders that had somehow been altered, intercepted, or deliberately falsified. The investigation revealed layers of wartime deception that spoke to the chaos of the Third Reich's final months. Allied codebreakers had been intercepting and decoding German naval communications throughout the war. But the story of U-869 suggested something even more sinister. Evidence began mounting that the submarine's mission had been compromised from within, its crew unknowingly sailing toward a trap set by their own command structure. Documents discovered in post-war archives painted a picture of a German naval intelligence service riddled with double agents. The submarine's original orders had been changed at the last moment, redirecting it from the relatively safe waters of the Mediterranean to the heavily patrolled shipping lanes off the American coast. Someone with access to the highest levels of command had signed U-869's death warrant, though whether through treachery or tactical desperation remained unclear. The psychological toll on the divers investigating the wreck was immense. Each descent into the submarine's interior meant confronting the reality of 49 young men who had died unaware that their mission was doomed from the start. Personal belongings recovered from the wreck revealed the crew's humanity. Letters from home, photographs, even a partially completed crossword puzzle that would never be finished. Technical analysis of the submarine's condition provided clues to its final moments. The damage patterns suggested U-869 had been destroyed by its own torpedo, a malfunction that had turned the submarine into its own executioner. But questions remained about what had led to that fatal moment. Had the crew been attempting to attack an Allied vessel? Were they trying to escape after discovering their true situation? The physical evidence could only tell part of the story. The discovery forced historians to reconsider the final months of the U-boat war. If U-869 had been deliberately sent into a trap, how many other submarines had met similar fates? The German naval archives, incomplete and scattered after the war, contained gaps that might never be filled. Each missing document represented dozens of sailors whose true fate would remain forever unknown. What emerged from years of research was a portrait of a naval command structure in complete collapse, where survival often depended on information that changed by the hour. The submarine's crew had followed their orders with the discipline and courage expected of naval personnel, unaware that those same orders had been crafted by minds that perhaps no longer cared about their survival. The families of U-869's crew, tracked down decades after the war, provided the most poignant testimony to the submarine's mystery. Many had spent their entire lives wondering about the fate of sons, fathers, and brothers who had simply vanished into the Atlantic. The submarine's discovery brought closure to some, but opened new wounds for others who learned that their loved ones might have been sacrificed for reasons that had nothing to do with military necessity. Today, U-869 rests in its sandy grave, protected by maritime law and the passage of time. The submarine has become an unofficial war memorial, visited by technical divers who understand the solemnity of the site. But the questions surrounding its presence there continue to fascinate researchers who recognize that some wartime secrets may never be fully revealed. The shadow of U-869 stretches across decades of naval history, a reminder that even the most carefully documented conflicts contain mysteries that survive long after the last shot is fired. Somewhere in the depths of classified archives, the complete truth about the submarine's mission may still exist, waiting for a researcher persistent enough to piece together the fragments of a story that began with betrayal and ended in the cold darkness of the Atlantic depths. Whispers from the abyss. The hydrophone array detected something impossible at 3:47 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on March 15, 2019. What marine acoustic specialist Dr. Elena Vasquez heard through her headphones that night in the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution's monitoring station wasn't whale song, wasn't tectonic grinding, and certainly wasn't any known form of marine communication. It was something far more unsettling, a sequence of low-frequency tones that seemed to follow a pattern, rising and falling in what could only be described as haunting melodies drifting up from the deepest trenches of the Pacific. For 6 decades, scientists have documented these mysterious acoustic phenomena emanating from the ocean floor. The sounds arrive without warning, sometimes lasting mere seconds, other times continuing for hours. They've been recorded in every major ocean basin, from the Arctic's ice-covered depths to the warm waters of the Caribbean. What makes them particularly confounding is their apparent organization. These aren't random noises, but structured sequences that suggest purpose. The first documented case occurred in 1962, when Soviet submarine K-222 reported hearing what the crew described as ghost voices during a deep-sea patrol in the Barents Sea. The submarine's sonar operator, Lieutenant Viktor Petrov, logged the incident officially, noting that the sounds seemed to originate from depths exceeding 4,000 meters, far below where any known marine life typically ventures. The Soviet Navy classified the report for 30 years, only releasing it after the Cold War's end. Similar accounts began surfacing from research vessels worldwide. The NOAA research ship Okeanos Explorer recorded a series of what oceanographer Dr. Michael Chen called abyssal symphonies during a 2003 expedition to the Mariana Trench. The recordings captured sequences of tones that seemed to respond to the ship's own sonar pings, creating an eerie call and response pattern that lasted for nearly 2 hours. These weren't isolated incidents. The phenomenon has been documented over 200 times since 1962, with recordings spanning from the Challenger Deep to the Puerto Rico Trench. Each incident shares common characteristics. The sounds originate from extreme depths, they display organized patterns, and they often seem to react to human presence or activity. Dr. Sarah Blackwood, a marine biologist who has spent 15 years studying these acoustic anomalies, believes the sounds might represent an entirely unknown form of deep-sea life. We've explored less than 5% of our oceans, she explains. The deep abyssal zones could harbor organisms unlike anything we've encountered, creatures that might have evolved entirely different methods of communication. Her theory gained credibility in 2018 when the deep-sea submersible Alvin captured footage of bioluminescent organisms at depths of 6,000 meters, displaying synchronized flashing patterns that seemed to correspond with acoustic recordings from the same location. The organisms, tentatively classified as a new species of deep-sea jellyfish, appeared to pulse in rhythm with the mysterious sounds, yet biological explanations face significant challenges. The acoustic signatures often display characteristics that seem to exceed the capabilities of known marine organisms. In 2015, researchers at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography analyzed recordings from the Hatteras abyssal plain and found frequency patterns that would require vocal mechanisms unlike those found in any known marine species. The sounds reached frequencies both below and above the range typically associated with marine life communication. Geological explanations offer another possibility. Dr. Amanda Torres, a marine geologist at the University of Miami, suggests the sounds might result from previously unknown forms of tectonic activity. The deep ocean floor is far more geologically active than we once believed, she notes. Underwater landslides, gas emissions, and mineral formations could create acoustic phenomena we're only beginning to understand. This theory gained support when researchers discovered that many of the recorded sounds coincided with areas of high geological activity. The sounds from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, for instance, seemed to intensify during periods of increased volcanic activity. However, geological explanations struggle to account for the seemingly organized, almost musical nature of many recordings. The most intriguing aspect involves the apparent responsiveness of these sounds. In 2020, researchers aboard the research vessel Falkor conducted a systematic study, playing various acoustic signals into the deep ocean and monitoring for responses. In 12 separate instances, they recorded what appeared to be answering calls, sounds that seemed to echo and elaborate on the artificial signals they had transmitted. Dr. James Whitmore, who led the Falkor expedition, remains cautious about the implications. We documented patterns that suggest some form of acoustic interaction, he explains. Whether this represents communication with unknown life forms, some form of geological resonance, or something else entirely, we simply don't know. The phenomenon has also attracted attention from unexpected quarters. The U.S. Navy's Deep Sound Project, a classified program that monitors underwater acoustic activity, has reportedly documented numerous instances of these mysterious sounds. While official details remain classified, leaked documents suggest military analysts have been studying the sounds for potential security implications. What makes these recordings particularly compelling is their consistency across different locations and time periods. The sounds from the Mariana Trench in 1987 share structural similarities with recordings from the Bermuda Triangle in 2019. This suggests either a widespread phenomenon or multiple instances of the same unknown source. Recent technological advances have allowed researchers to analyze these sounds with unprecedented precision. Machine learning algorithms trained on marine acoustic data have identified patterns within the recordings that human analysts missed. The algorithms detect recurring motifs, structural progressions, and what appears to be grammatical organization within the sound sequences. Dr. Vasquez continues monitoring the deep ocean frequencies from her station at Woods Hole. Her hydrophone arrays now cover 3 time zones, creating a vast underwater listening network. Every night, we're listening to a conversation we can't understand, she says. Something down there is singing to us, and we're still trying to learn the language. The abyss keeps its secrets well, but the whispers continue rising from the depths, patient, persistent, and utterly unexplained. In the profound darkness of the ocean's deepest places, something is calling. Whether it's the voice of an unknown species, the resonance of geological forces, or something else entirely, remains one of the sea's most haunting mysteries. Project Jennifer and the Glomar Explorer. In the summer of 1974, the world's most expensive salvage operation began in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The official story was simple enough. Howard Hughes and his mining company wanted to harvest manganese nodules from the seafloor. The reality was far more extraordinary. 6 years earlier, a Soviet ballistic missile submarine, designated K-129, had suffered a catastrophic failure and plunged 3 miles to the ocean floor, taking with it nuclear warheads, code books, and the bodies of 98 crew members. The CIA wanted it back, all of it. What followed was Project Jennifer, a covert operation so audacious that it required the construction of an entirely fictional deep-sea mining industry to serve as cover. The centerpiece was the Hughes Glomar Explorer, a ship unlike anything that had ever touched water. At 618 feet long and equipped with a massive derrick capable of lifting 17,000 tons, it was ostensibly designed to mine the ocean floor. In truth, every bolt and beam had been engineered for a single purpose: to reach down through 3 miles of crushing darkness and pluck a Soviet submarine from the abyss. The technical challenges were staggering. The water pressure at that depth would crush a human body in milliseconds. The submarine itself weighed over 2,000 tons and had been lying on the seafloor for 6 years, slowly deteriorating in the corrosive environment. The CIA's engineers had to design a claw-like grappling system that could delicately embrace the hull without causing it to disintegrate, then slowly lift it through layers of water where the slightest miscalculation could snap the cables and send everything tumbling back into the depths. Howard Hughes himself was largely absent from the project that bore his name, already deep in the reclusive spiral that would define his final years. But his reputation for eccentric engineering projects provided perfect cover. Who else but Hughes would attempt something so seemingly impossible as harvesting minerals from the deepest parts of the ocean? The operation required absolute secrecy. The crew of the Glomar Explorer was told they were participating in a revolutionary mining experiment. Most believed it. The few who suspected something more sinister were bound by security clearances that would follow them to their graves. Meanwhile, the CIA had to maintain the pretense that Hughes was genuinely interested in deep-sea mining, complete with fake research papers and phantom business plans. On July 4, 1974, the Glomar Explorer reached the target site. For the Soviet Union, it was just another point in the vast Pacific. For the Americans aboard the ship, it was the location of one of the most sensitive intelligence operations in history. The lifting began immediately. The mechanical claw descended through the water column, guided by sonar and underwater cameras. At 3 miles down, the pressure was over 500 times greater than at sea level. The submarine appeared on their screens as a dark shadow against the pale sediment, its hull cracked and partially buried. The K-129 had been a formidable weapon in life, capable of launching nuclear missiles at American cities. In death, it was a twisted monument to the Cold War's most dangerous game. What happened next remains one of the most debated aspects of the entire operation. According to the official CIA account, released decades later, the submarine broke apart during the lifting process. Only the forward section was successfully recovered, containing the bodies of 6 Soviet sailors, who were buried at sea with full military honors in a ceremony filmed by the CIA. The nuclear missiles, the code books, the sensitive communications equipment, all of it allegedly fell back to the ocean floor when the submarine's hull failed. The CIA claimed that Project Jennifer was ultimately an expensive failure, yielding little intelligence of value, but former intelligence officials have whispered a different story. Some suggest the submarine was recovered intact, or at least in larger pieces than admitted. The discrepancy matters because the K-129's nuclear warheads would have provided invaluable intelligence about Soviet weapons technology. The codebooks could have revealed communication protocols that might have given American intelligence agencies access to Soviet military communications for years. The truth may lie in the peculiar behavior of both governments after the operation. The Soviet Union, despite losing a strategic submarine, never publicly protested the recovery attempt. American officials, typically eager to publicize intelligence coups, remained remarkably quiet about their success. This mutual silence suggests that something more complex occurred than either side has ever admitted. Jack Colquhoun, a former CIA officer who worked on maritime intelligence, spent years investigating what really happened during Project Jennifer. He discovered that the Glomar Explorer made a second trip to the site in 1975, officially to recover drilling equipment. But the ship's manifest showed it was carrying specialized cutting tools and additional lifting equipment. Why return to a site where the target had already been lost? The financial records tell their own story. Project Jennifer cost over $4 billion in current dollars, making it one of the most expensive intelligence operations in American history. The CIA's own budget documents, partially declassified in the 1990s, show continued spending on deep-sea research for 3 years after the submarine allegedly broke apart and fell back to the seafloor. Then there are the technological innovations that emerged from the project. The heavy lift capabilities developed for the Glomar Explorer were later used in offshore oil drilling. The precision navigation systems found their way into underwater archaeology. The pressure-resistant materials were incorporated into deep-sea research vehicles. It's as if the failure of Project Jennifer somehow spawned a renaissance in deep ocean technology. The Hughes Glomar Explorer itself continued operating for decades after Project Jennifer, eventually becoming a legitimate deep-sea drilling ship. But former crew members report that certain sections of the ship remained off-limits long after the CIA operation ended. Storage areas that were allegedly empty continued to be guarded. Equipment that should have been removed remained mysteriously in place. Today, the wreckage of K-129 still lies on the Pacific floor, or at least parts of it do. The exact location remains classified, as does the full extent of what the CIA recovered. The Glomar Explorer was finally scrapped in 2015, taking with it the last physical evidence of one of the Cold War's most ambitious gambles. What the CIA truly brought up from those crushing depths may never be known, but the silence surrounding Project Jennifer suggests that some secrets are worth keeping, even decades after the Cold War ended. The Dashed Hopes of the Hunley, February 17, 1864. The Confederate submarine CSS Hunley achieved what no submarine had ever accomplished before. It sank an enemy warship in combat. Within hours, both the Triumph and the 8-man crew vanished beneath Charleston Harbor's dark waters, launching one of maritime history's most haunting mysteries. The Hunley wasn't just America's first successful combat submarine. It was a desperate gambit born from a city under siege, a hand-cranked iron coffin that had already claimed the lives of 13 men in training accidents. Yet on that February evening, Lieutenant George Dixon and 7 volunteers climbed through its narrow hatch one final time, determined to break the Union blockade strangling Charleston. What happened next defied every naval tradition of the era. The Hunley approached the USS Housatonic, a 240-ton Union sloop of war, and detonated a spar torpedo against its hull. The explosion tore through the warship's starboard side, sending it to the bottom in mere minutes. Witnesses aboard nearby vessels reported seeing a blue lantern signal from the submarine, the prearranged sign of mission success. Then the Hunley simply disappeared. For 131 years, the submarine's fate remained one of the Civil War's most enduring enigmas. The crew's families waited for news that never came. Confederate records show the Hunley was expected to rendezvous with a support vessel that night, but no trace of the submarine surfaced. Search efforts revealed nothing. The iron vessel had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. The mystery deepened when marine archaeologist Clive Cussler's team finally located the Hunley in 1995, buried beneath 4 feet of sediment just 1,000 feet from the Housatonic's wreck. The submarine sat upright on the ocean floor, its hull intact, hatches sealed. When researchers raised the vessel in 2000, they found the crew still at their stations, a haunting tableau frozen in time. Dixon remained at the forward controls, his hand near the diving plane lever. The 7 crewmen sat positioned along the hand crank that powered the submarine's propeller. Their bodies showed no signs of trauma, no evidence of struggle or panic. They had simply stopped. Initial theories suggested the crew had fallen victim to the torpedo's blast, but forensic analysis revealed no injuries consistent with explosion trauma. The submarine's hull showed minimal damage from the attack. Its ballast tanks contained enough air to surface, and the bilge pumps were in working order. Every system appeared functional. Carbon dioxide poisoning emerged as another possibility. The Hunley's interior measured just 4 feet high and barely 3 feet wide, a cramped space for 8 men engaged in strenuous manual labor. But the crew had extensive training in the submarine's operations and understood the risks of poor ventilation. They carried candles that would have extinguished if oxygen levels dropped dangerously low. The blue lantern signal complicated every theory. Multiple witnesses confirmed seeing the success signal after the Housatonic's destruction. This meant the Hunley had not only survived the torpedo blast, but remained operational long enough for the crew to follow standard protocol. Something had gone wrong between that triumphant moment and the submarine's return journey. Dr. Rachel Lance, a biomedical engineer who spent years studying the Hunley's final mission, proposed a different explanation. Her research suggested the torpedo's explosion, while not directly damaging the submarine, created a massive pressure wave that traveled through the water and into the Hunley's hull. This blast wave could have caused traumatic brain injuries severe enough to incapacitate the crew instantly. The theory gained credibility when researchers discovered the submarine's forward conning tower showed signs of significant damage consistent with a powerful pressure wave. But questions remained. If the blast had indeed killed the crew, why hadn't the submarine immediately flooded? The hatches remained sealed, the hull intact. Personal artifacts recovered from the crew added new layers to the mystery. Dixon carried a gold coin, bent and scarred, which he claimed had saved his life during the Battle of Shiloh. The coin bore an inscription: Shiloh, April 6, 1862. My life preserver GED. Among the crew's belongings, researchers found a diamond ring, tobacco, and personal letters, items suggesting the men expected to return home. The Hunley's design itself posed unsettling questions. The submarine featured multiple methods of emergency surfacing, including drop weights and manual ballast controls. Even if the crew had been incapacitated, the vessel should have eventually surfaced as compressed air leaked from the ballast tanks. Instead, it had somehow become negatively buoyant and sunk to the harbor floor. Some researchers noted unusual damage patterns on the submarine's exterior, gouges and scratches that seemed inconsistent with normal seafloor burial. These marks suggested the Hunley might have struck something during its final minutes, perhaps another vessel or underwater obstruction. But no records from that night mention additional ships in the area. The mystery extends beyond the crew's fate to the submarine's technology itself. The Hunley incorporated engineering innovations that wouldn't become standard in submarine design for decades. Its ballast system, diving planes, and attack methodology revealed a sophisticated understanding of underwater warfare that seemed almost anachronistic for 1864. Recent archaeological analysis has uncovered evidence that the Hunley's final mission might have been more complex than historical records suggest. Sediment patterns around the wreck site indicate the submarine had moved significant distances along the harbor floor before coming to rest. This movement occurred after the crew's death, suggesting external forces, perhaps tidal currents or unknown mechanical failures, had influenced the vessel's final position. The Hunley's story resonates beyond its Civil War context. It represents humanity's first successful foray into submarine warfare, a technological leap that would reshape naval combat forever. Yet its triumph came wrapped in tragedy, a reminder that innovation often demands sacrifice from those brave enough to test its limits. Today, the restored Hunley rests in North Charleston, where scientists continue studying its secrets. The submarine underwent a 15-year conservation process, during which researchers documented every detail of its construction and final mission. Each analysis yields new insights, but the fundamental mystery remains. How did a successful military operation transform into a maritime disappearance that would puzzle investigators for more than a century? The crew of the Hunley achieved their mission and paid the ultimate price, but their sacrifice extended far beyond that February night in Charleston Harbor. They had proven that submarines could change the nature of warfare itself, opening a new chapter in naval history that continues today. Their fate, however, remains sealed in the depths of time, as mysterious as the dark waters that claimed them. Mystical glow of the Black Sea. Soviet submariners called it the Devil's Breath. Those strange, pulsing lights that would suddenly illuminate the darkness beneath the Black Sea, turning the water into an ethereal, greenish cathedral that seemed to breathe with its own luminescence. Captain Dmitry Kozlov first documented the phenomenon in 1982, describing lights so intense they made his periscope readings impossible, yet so beautiful his crew pressed against the hull windows like children at an aquarium. The Black Sea has always been a keeper of secrets. Its deeper waters, starved of oxygen for millennia, preserve everything that sinks into them with unsettling perfection. Ancient Greek vessels rest on the seabed as if they'd been placed there yesterday, their wood and rope intact, their cargo still arranged in neat rows. But it's not just the preservation that makes these waters unique, it's what lives, or appears to live, in the crushing darkness below. Fishermen working the night waters have reported these lights for generations, passing down stories their grandfathers told, and their grandfathers before them. The descriptions remain remarkably consistent across decades and cultures, not the quick flash of bioluminescence you might expect from plankton, but sustained, organized patterns of light that seem to move with purpose through the water column. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine biologist who spent 3 years studying Black Sea anomalies, collected over 40 documented sightings from submarine crews, commercial fishing vessels, and research teams. The reports cluster around specific coordinates, always in the deeper regions where the water turns permanently anoxic. What struck her most wasn't the frequency of the sightings, but their behavioral patterns. The lights appeared to respond to the presence of vessels above them, growing brighter when approached, dimming when observers tried to descend closer. Romanian naval records from 1994 describe an incident that remains classified, though fragments have surfaced through Freedom of Information requests. A submarine on routine patrol reported contact with what sonar operators initially classified as a large biological mass moving at impossible speeds through the water. When the captain ordered a closer investigation, the sonar signature vanished, replaced by a light show so intense it was visible from the surface, a green aurora dancing beneath the waves. The crew attempted to film the phenomenon, but their equipment malfunctioned in ways that defied explanation. Cameras designed to withstand deep-sea pressure simply stopped working, not from damage, but as if they'd been somehow drained of power. The submarine's own electrical systems flickered intermittently during the encounter, something that should have been impossible given their shielding. Turkish research vessel Samsun documented a similar event in 2003, though their approach was more systematic. Using remotely operated vehicles, they descended toward a particularly bright cluster of lights, approximately 800 meters below the surface. The RAV's cameras captured nearly 20 minutes of footage showing geometric patterns of light that pulsed in sequence, creating what the operators described as living constellations against the black water. When the footage was analyzed, marine biologists found themselves at a loss. The lights moved in formations that suggested coordination, yet no known deep-sea organisms could produce such intense, sustained luminescence. The patterns appeared almost linguistic, repetitive sequences that occurred in cycles, as if the lights were attempting some form of communication. Dr. Vasquez's research team attempted to decode these patterns, running the light sequences through various analytical frameworks. They discovered that the timing intervals followed mathematical progressions that couldn't be explained by random biological processes. The lights seemed to be following rules, displaying behavior that suggested not just life, but intelligence. Bulgarian folklore offers its own interpretation of the phenomenon. Stories speak of the underwater city, a place where the souls of drowned sailors gather to guide lost vessels to safety. Old fishermen claim the lights appear strongest during storms, when ships are most in danger, as if the illumination serves as a beacon for those struggling above. Modern sonar mapping of the Black Sea floor has revealed structures that complicate these folklore explanations. Regular geometric formations rest on the seabed in the same areas where the lights appear most frequently. These aren't natural rock formations. They're too uniform, too organized, arranged in patterns that suggest artificial construction. The chemical composition of the Black Sea's deep waters makes conventional explanations even more puzzling. The oxygen-free environment should prevent most forms of bioluminescence, yet the lights persist. Water samples taken from areas experiencing these phenomena show trace elements that don't match the surrounding seawater, suggesting that whatever creates the lights also alters the chemistry of the water itself. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have allowed researchers to venture deeper into these mysterious regions. A joint expedition in 2019 used advanced submersibles equipped with specialized lighting and recording equipment designed to function in the Black Sea's unique conditions. The team reported encounters with light formations that seemed to dance around their vessels, maintaining consistent distances as if observing the human intruders. The most unsettling aspect of these encounters is their apparent intelligence. The lights don't behave like any known natural phenomenon. They seem to study their observers, approaching and retreating with calculated precision. When expedition members attempted to communicate using their own lights, flashing patterns at the formations, the underwater lights responded with similar sequences, as if engaging in primitive conversation. Yet for all the documentation, all the witness testimonies and scientific analysis, the mystery of the Black Sea's lights remains unsolved. Each expedition raises more questions than it answers. Each sighting adds another layer to a puzzle that seems to grow more complex with every attempt to understand it. The lights continue to appear, continuing their ancient dance in the deep waters where sunlight never penetrates. Whether they represent unknown life forms, underwater geological processes, or something else entirely, they remind us that even in our mapped and measured world, the depths still hold secrets that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the darkness below. In the Black Sea's perpetual night, something glows with its own inner fire, waiting for us to finally understand its message. The case of submarine SF-77. In 1967, 3 separate intelligence agencies received the same impossible report. A submarine that officially never existed had vanished without a trace. The vessel in question was designated SF-77, a craft so classified that even its blueprints were burned after construction. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is that according to every official record, SF-77 was never built. Former Navy cryptographer William Hartley spent 37 years believing he'd imagined the whole thing. The communications he'd intercepted, the frantic search and rescue operations, the coded transmissions that suddenly went silent, all of it, he assumed, must have been some fever dream of Cold War paranoia. Then, in 2004, a Freedom of Information request revealed a single document, a maintenance log for a submarine that didn't exist, dated 3 days before its supposed disappearance. The entry was brief: routine hull inspection, minor hydraulic leak in compartment 7, cleared for operations. The signature belonged to Chief Petty Officer Marcus Chen, a man whose service record shows he was stationed in the Philippines during the entire month the log was dated. Chen died in 1992, taking whatever he knew about SF-77 with him. What we know about the submarine comes from fragments, testimony from sailors who swore they'd served aboard her, technical specifications that surfaced in congressional hearings about black budget programs, and a series of photographs that may or may not show SF-77's unique hull design. The vessel was supposedly part of Project Deep Echo, an experimental program designed to test advanced sonar dampening technologies. The goal was to create a submarine that could operate virtually undetected, even by the most sophisticated listening equipment. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a former consultant for the Office of Naval Research, described the theoretical capabilities of such a vessel in a 1985 interview. The submarine would be wrapped in a revolutionary sound-absorbing material, its engines designed to operate at frequencies that fell into natural oceanic white noise. More intriguingly, the craft was allegedly equipped with experimental ballast systems that could adjust its density to match surrounding water conditions, essentially allowing it to become invisible to both sonar and visual detection. The last confirmed sighting of SF-77 came from the USS Permit, a nuclear submarine conducting routine patrols in the North Atlantic. Sonar operator James Morrison logged contact with an unidentified vessel at 0347 hours on September 15, 1967. The contact exhibited unusual acoustic properties. It appeared and disappeared from sonar in patterns that defied conventional submarine behavior. Morrison's report described the vessel as moving at impossible speeds, diving to depths that should have crushed its hull, and eventually simply fading from their instruments. Communications intercepts from that night reveal a flurry of encrypted messages between Naval Command and several unidentified stations. The messages, partially declassified in 1999, reference Package 77 and repeated requests for emergency surface protocols. At 0623 hours, all communications regarding the incident ceased. No search and rescue operations were officially launched. No missing vessel reports were filed. SF-77 had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. The official explanation, when pressed, was that SF-77 was nothing more than a paper submarine, a fictitious vessel created for training exercises and war games. The sightings were misidentified conventional submarines, the communications were routine encrypted chatter, and the technical specifications were theoretical studies that never progressed beyond the drawing board. Yet this explanation fails to account for the 23 sailors who have come forward over the decades, each claiming to have served aboard SF-77. These men share remarkably consistent details about the submarine's interior layout, its unusual crew complement, and the specific mission they were conducting when contact was lost. They describe a vessel unlike any other submarine in the fleet, compartments that seemed larger than the external dimensions should have allowed, equipment that hummed with an almost organic quality, and an atmosphere of perpetual twilight maintained by specialized lighting systems. Petty Officer Robert Kane, who claims to have served as SF-77's communications specialist, described the final moments before the disappearance. The submarine had been conducting deep-water tests of its experimental cloaking systems when something went wrong. The vessel began experiencing what Kane called dimensional drift, a sensation that the submarine was somehow displacing into spaces that didn't quite align with normal reality. Instruments began showing readings that made no physical sense. The hull groaned with sounds that weren't mechanical stress but something else entirely. Kane's account becomes particularly disturbing when he describes the final transmission he received from Naval Command. Instead of the expected recall orders or mission updates, the message was a single word repeated 17 times: forget. When Kane looked up from his radio equipment, he found himself standing on the deck of a conventional submarine, with a crew that insisted he'd been stationed there for months. His memories of SF-77 remained, but all physical evidence of his service aboard the vessel had vanished. The disappearance of SF-77 raises questions that extend far beyond a simple military accident. If the submarine was conducting experiments with advanced stealth technology, what were the true parameters of those experiments? The theoretical physics involved in creating a truly invisible submarine push into territories that challenge our understanding of matter and energy. Some researchers suggest that SF-77 may have stumbled into phenomena that the military neither expected nor understood. Dr. Margaret Stanton, a theoretical physicist who consulted on submarine design in the 1960s, has proposed that the experimental systems aboard SF-77 may have interfered with the fundamental properties of space-time itself. She theorizes that the submarine's advanced stealth capabilities weren't just hiding it from detection, they were gradually removing it from our reality altogether. The vessel, in essence, became so invisible that it disappeared from existence itself. The search for SF-77 continues in the spaces between official denials and whispered confessions. Each declassified document reveals new contradictions. Each witness account adds another layer to the mystery. Somewhere in the deep waters of the North Atlantic, a submarine that never existed continues its final mission, forever hidden in the shadows of history and the depths of the impossible. The Lost Kingdom of Atlantis. 3 separate archaeological expeditions have been denied permission to excavate the anomalous stone structures discovered 18 miles southwest of the Strait of Gibraltar. When pressed for explanation, the Spanish maritime authorities' response was unusually terse. The site remains under review pending further geological assessment. The structures in question were first detected in 2019 during a routine deep-sea mapping survey. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the marine archaeologist who made the initial discovery, described what she saw through the submersible's viewport as impossibly organized, like someone had dropped a cityscape into the abyss. The sonar readings revealed geometric patterns spanning nearly 12 square kilometers at a depth of 800 meters, far below where any known Mediterranean civilization could have built. What makes this discovery particularly intriguing is its proximity to the exact location described in Plato's dialogues. The ancient philosopher placed his lost civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the classical name for the Strait of Gibraltar. For over 2 millennia, scholars dismissed Atlantis as philosophical allegory. Yet here, in the precise coordinates suggested by a 4th century BCE text, lie ruins that shouldn't exist. The sonar images show unmistakable architectural features, concentric circular patterns, exactly as Plato described, straight lines that suggest engineered channels. Most remarkably, what appears to be a series of rectangular foundations arranged in a grid pattern spanning several kilometers. Dr. Vasquez's initial report noted that the geometric precision suggests deliberate construction, not natural formation. Portuguese oceanographer Miguel Santos, who participated in the second expedition, documented something even more puzzling. His team detected metallic signatures within the stone structures. "We found traces of bronze and what appears to be an unknown alloy," Santos reported. "The metal concentrations are too high and too organized to be natural ore deposits." When his team attempted to retrieve samples, their equipment malfunctioned at depth. 3 separate retrieval attempts failed identically. The third expedition, led by French marine archaeologist Dr. Claire Dubois, never reached the site. Their research vessel experienced what the crew described as unprecedented electromagnetic interference when they approached the coordinates. Navigation systems failed simultaneously. Communications went silent. The ship's captain, a 30-year veteran of Atlantic research missions, later testified that he had never experienced anything like it. The expedition returned to port without deploying their submersible. Historical records from the 16th century may offer additional context. Spanish explorer Francisco de Orellana mentioned in his private journals discovering great stones beneath the waves during his 1541 expedition. The journal, discovered in Seville's archives in 1987, described structures arranged as if by divine geometry in waters near Gibraltar. Orellana's crew reported their compass needles spinning wildly when they sailed over the area. Similar accounts appear in Venetian trading records from 1203. Captain Marco Dandolo documented a disturbance in the waters where the sea grows dark and instruments fail their purpose. His log notes the water temperature dropped significantly over the anomalous area, despite the Mediterranean's typically stable thermal layers. Dandolo's crew reported seeing lights beneath the waves that moved with purpose. The geological evidence presents its own contradictions. Rock samples collected from the periphery of the site show signs of rapid submersion. Dr. Thomas Brennan, a geologist from Trinity College Dublin, analyzed the mineral composition and found evidence of catastrophic flooding consistent with sudden land collapse. The dating suggests this occurred approximately 11,600 years ago, aligning suspiciously well with the timeline Plato provided for Atlantis's destruction. Yet the Mediterranean's geological history argues against such a scenario. The region lacks the tectonic activity necessary to sink a landmass of the size Plato described. Dr. Sarah Mitchell, a seismologist from the University of Edinburgh, examined the seafloor data and concluded that no known geological process could account for these formations at this depth. The structures appear to have been built underwater, an impossibility for any known ancient civilization. Modern technology has revealed additional mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar deployed from surface vessels detected hollow spaces within the structures. The cavities are too large and too regularly shaped to be natural. Dr. Vasquez's team calculated that some chambers could accommodate spaces the size of aircraft hangars. "We're looking at internal architecture preserved at impossible depths," she noted in her private correspondence. The Spanish government's reluctance to authorize further exploration has raised questions within the archaeological community. Dr. Dubois filed a formal complaint with the European Union's Research Committee. arguing that significant archaeological discoveries are being suppressed without scientific justification. Her complaint was dismissed without explanation. Local fishing communities have their own relationship with the site. Generations of Gibraltar fishermen have avoided the area, referring to it as agua maldita, cursed water. Antonio Morales, whose family has fished these waters for over a century, explains that the fish behave strangely there. They swim in circles, as if confused. Our nets come up empty, even when sonar shows schools beneath us. The implications extend beyond archaeology. If the structures are indeed remnants of an advanced ancient civilization, our understanding of human technological development requires revision. The engineering required to build at such depths challenges everything we know about prehistoric capabilities. Dr. Brennan's analysis suggests construction techniques that wouldn't be developed until the modern era. Recent satellite imagery has detected subtle changes in the water's surface temperature above the site. The anomaly appears to be expanding, though at an almost imperceptible rate. Dr. Santos's ongoing monitoring shows the thermal signature has grown by approximately 200 meters over the past 3 years. The cause remains unknown. The acoustic properties of the area have yielded equally puzzling data. Sound waves behave differently over the structures, creating echoes that don't match the expected acoustic signature of stone construction. Dr. Mitchell's team recorded frequencies that seem to originate from within the structures themselves, low-frequency pulses that repeat in patterns too regular to be natural. Whether these ruins represent the legendary Atlantis or something else entirely, they continue to challenge our understanding of the past. The structures persist in their underwater silence, holding secrets that span millennia. Each denied expedition, each equipment failure, each unexplained reading adds another layer to a mystery that seems to deepen with every attempt to solve it. The waters above guard their secrets well, leaving us to wonder what truths lie buried in the Mediterranean's depths. The incognito sounds of upsweep. For 33 years, the Pacific Ocean has been producing a sound that shouldn't exist. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration calls it upsweep, a series of long, narrow-band sweeps that rise and fall like some ancient leviathan drawing breath in the deepest trenches of our planet. What makes this phenomenon particularly unsettling is its persistence. Since 1991, hydrophones positioned thousands of miles apart have captured these spectral frequencies, and despite decades of analysis, we still don't know what's making them. The story begins with the Navy's sound surveillance system, a network of underwater microphones originally designed to track Soviet submarines during the Cold War. When researchers at NOAA began analyzing the acoustic data in the early 1990s, they discovered something unexpected among the military recordings: patterns of sound that seemed to originate from the same general area of the Pacific, season after season, year after year. Dr. Christopher Fox, who first cataloged these mysterious transmissions, described upsweep as consisting of long trains of narrow-band upsweeping sounds, each lasting several seconds. The frequency typically ranges between 20 and 50 Hz, placing it at the very edge of human hearing. These aren't random bursts of noise, they follow a distinct pattern, appearing most frequently during the spring and fall months, with a notable seasonal regularity that suggests something deeply embedded in the ocean's natural rhythms. The source appears to be located in the northeastern Pacific, somewhere in the vast expanse between the coasts of Oregon and California. When researchers triangulated the signals using multiple hydrophone arrays, they found the sounds seemed to emanate from an area near the Pacific Antarctic Ridge system. This detail became crucial because it opened the door to the most widely accepted explanation: geological activity. The prevailing theory suggests that upsweep might be generated by underwater volcanic activity or the movement of the seafloor itself. The Pacific Antarctic Ridge is seismically active, constantly shifting and settling as tectonic plates adjust their positions. When rock fractures under the enormous pressure of the deep ocean, it can create acoustic signatures that travel for thousands of miles through the water column. The seasonal pattern could be explained by thermal expansion and contraction of the seafloor, or by changes in volcanic activity that coincide with Earth's orbital variations. Yet this explanation, while logical, doesn't account for all of upsweep's characteristics. The sounds are remarkably consistent in their frequency range and duration. more consistent than what we typically observe from geological phenomena. Underwater landslides, seafloor spreading, and volcanic eruptions tend to produce more chaotic acoustic signatures, sharp cracks, rumbling crescendos, and irregular bursts rather than the methodical, almost musical sweeps that define this phenomena. Some researchers have proposed biological origins. The deep ocean is home to creatures we're only beginning to understand, and the sounds produced by large marine animals can carry extraordinary distances underwater. Blue whales, for instance, produce calls that can travel across entire ocean basins. Could upsweep be the vocalization of some unknown species, or perhaps a known species exhibiting previously undocumented behavior? The frequency range and pattern of upsweep do bear some resemblance to whale song, but the duration and regularity suggests something far more complex than typical cetacean communication. If these sounds are biological in origin, they would represent either a massive population of animals coordinating their vocalizations across vast distances, or perhaps a single species with acoustic capabilities unlike anything we've previously documented. What makes the mystery deeper is that upsweep's intensity has been gradually decreasing over the decades. The signals recorded in the 1990s were significantly stronger than those detected in recent years. This decline could indicate that whatever is causing the phenomenon is slowly ending, a geological process winding down, perhaps, or a biological population facing some form of environmental pressure. The technological limitations of deep-sea exploration mean that direct investigation of upsweep's source region remains challenging. The northeastern Pacific is vast, and the suspected origin point lies in waters thousands of feet deep, far beyond the reach of conventional research vessels. Even the most sophisticated deep-sea submersibles would struggle to locate and identify the precise source of these acoustic transmissions. Climate change adds another layer of complexity to the puzzle. The deep ocean is experiencing temperature and chemical changes that could affect both geological and biological processes. If upsweep is indeed related to thermal expansion of the seafloor, then rising ocean temperatures might explain the phenomenon's gradual weakening. Similarly, if the sounds are biological in origin, changing ocean chemistry could be impacting the organisms responsible. The acoustic environment of the deep ocean has also changed dramatically since the 1990s. Increased shipping traffic, offshore industrial activity, and military sonar operations have created a much noisier underwater landscape. It's possible that upsweep continues at its original intensity, but our ability to detect it has been compromised by background noise pollution. Recent advances in deep-sea monitoring technology offer new hope for solving the mystery. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with sophisticated recording equipment can now spend months in the deep ocean, continuously monitoring acoustic activity. These systems might eventually pinpoint upsweep's source with unprecedented precision, finally allowing researchers to determine whether they're dealing with geological, biological, or perhaps entirely unknown phenomena. The implications of understanding upsweep extend far beyond academic curiosity. If the sounds are geological in origin, they could provide valuable insights into seafloor processes that affect everything from tsunami generation to deep-sea mining operations. If they're biological, they might reveal new aspects of marine life that could reshape our understanding of ocean ecosystems. For now, upsweep remains one of the ocean's most persistent riddles, a sound that emerges from the darkness of the deep Pacific, rises through miles of water, and reaches our instruments like a message from an alien world. Somewhere in the vast expanse of the northeastern Pacific, something has been calling out for more than 3 decades, and we still don't know what it is, or why it's slowly growing quiet. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but perhaps not forever. Curiosities from the Mariana Trench. When James Cameron's submersible Deep-Sea Challenger touched bottom at Challenger Deep in 2012, its cameras captured something that shouldn't have been there. A cluster of perfectly spherical objects, each about the size of a basketball, scattered across the sediment like forgotten marbles from some cosmic game. Marine biologists studying the footage later admitted they had no explanation for these formations. The deepest place on Earth, it seems, guards secrets that challenge our understanding of what's possible in the abyss. The Mariana Trench stretches across the western Pacific like a wound in the ocean floor, plunging nearly 7 miles down into perpetual darkness. For decades, we've assumed this realm of crushing pressure and eternal night would be largely barren, a place where life clings to existence in its most primitive forms. The reality proves far more perplexing. Dr. Patricia Fryer, a marine geologist who has spent 30 years studying the trench, describes encounters that defy conventional wisdom. During a 2016 research dive, her team's cameras recorded what appeared to be geometric patterns etched into the seafloor at depths exceeding 30,000 feet. These weren't random scratches or the chaotic traces of deep-sea currents. The formations showed deliberate organization, intersecting lines that created hexagonal shapes spanning several meters. The pressure at such depths reaches over 1,000 times that at sea level. The crushing force should pulverize most materials, yet these patterns remained crisp and well-defined. When the team attempted to collect samples, their robotic arms encountered unexpected resistance. The sediment around the formations proved unusually dense, almost crystalline in structure. Perhaps more unsettling were the sounds their hydrophones detected. The trench isn't silent. It resonates with the groans of shifting tectonic plates and the distant rumble of underwater earthquakes. But scattered throughout these familiar noises, the instruments picked up something else entirely. Regular pulses, each lasting exactly 4.7 seconds, occurring at precise intervals. The sounds didn't match any known geological or biological phenomenon. Marine biologist Dr. Alan Jameson, who has logged more deep-sea research hours than perhaps anyone alive, recalls a dive in 2018 that left his team speechless. Their submersible's lights illuminated what appeared to be a series of mounds rising from the trench floor. As they approached, the formations began to emit a soft blue-green luminescence. The glow intensified as their vehicle drew closer, then faded completely when they retreated. Bioluminescence isn't uncommon in the deep ocean, but this light behaved differently. It responded to their presence in ways that suggested something more complex than simple startled organisms. The luminescence formed patterns, waves of light that traveled across the mound's surfaces in coordinated sequences. When they attempted to record the phenomenon, their equipment malfunctioned. 3 separate cameras failed simultaneously, their memory cards corrupted beyond recovery. The trench's thermal vents present their own mysteries. These underwater chimneys spew superheated water rich in minerals, creating oases of life in the deep. But some vents in the Mariana system behave anomalously. Water temperatures that should reach 400 degrees Celsius instead register as significantly cooler, while the chemical composition differs markedly from other deep-sea vents worldwide. Dr. Hiroshi Kitazato, a Japanese marine biologist, documented microbial life around these unusual vents that challenges our understanding of extremophile organisms. The bacteria form intricate spiral structures, growing in patterns that mirror mathematical sequences found in nature, the golden ratio, Fibonacci spirals. Such organization requires energy expenditure that seems wasteful for survival-focused organisms in one of Earth's most hostile environments. The trench's deepest regions yield fossils that perplex paleontologists. Shells and skeletal remains recovered from depths exceeding 35,000 feet show no signs of the compression damage expected from such extreme pressure. More puzzling, some specimens display isotopic signatures that don't match known geological timescales. The carbon dating yields impossible results. Some fossils appear older than others found in deeper, presumably older sediment layers. In 2019, researchers detected massive magnetic anomalies along the trench's eastern wall. The magnetic field strength fluctuated in ways that suggested the presence of dense metallic objects buried within the seafloor. Sonar mapping revealed voids, hollow spaces that shouldn't exist under such crushing pressure. When they attempted to explore these cavities with robotic probes, the devices lost communication within minutes of entry. The trench's water itself exhibits peculiar properties. Samples collected from specific depths show unusual molecular structures, water that maintains liquid form at temperatures where it should freeze, and ice formations that persist despite the surrounding heat from thermal vents. These anomalies occur in isolated pockets, defying the uniform conditions expected in such a stable environment. Recent expeditions have documented what researchers cautiously term architectural formations. These aren't the random sculptures carved by deep-sea currents, but structures that suggest intentional construction. walls of sediment and rock that follow precise geometric principles, channels that spiral downward with mathematical precision. When examined closely, these formations show signs of maintenance, areas where erosion has been countered by what appears to be deliberate reconstruction. The implications unsettle even veteran deep-sea researchers. The Mariana Trench, once considered a simple geological feature, reveals layers of complexity that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the deep ocean. Each expedition raises more questions than it answers. Each discovery suggests depths of mystery that may exceed the physical depths of the trench itself. The abyss, it seems, is far from empty. Something stirs in the deepest places of our planet, something that operates by rules we don't yet understand. The Mariana Trench keeps its secrets well, revealing them only in fragments that hint at a much larger, more complex reality waiting in the darkness below. Nazi gold in the Sea of Japan. 3 German submarines disappeared into Japanese waters during the final months of World War II, each carrying cargo that defied standard military inventory. Official records list machinery, documents, and technical personnel. The manifests say nothing about the 146 gold bars that witnesses claim they saw loaded under cover of darkness at Kiel Harbor. The first submarine, U-234, surrendered to American forces in May 1945. When Allied investigators opened her sealed compartments, they found 10 containers of uranium oxide and a single Japanese officer who had chosen death over capture. What they didn't find were the precious metals that German naval intelligence had supposedly entrusted to her captain. The Americans cataloged every bolt and wire, but the gold remained absent from their meticulous reports. Captain Johan Fehler commanded the second vessel, U-864, which Norwegian forces sank in February 1945. The wreck lay undisturbed on the seafloor for 60 years, until environmental concerns forced Norwegian authorities to consider raising the hull. When divers finally reached the submarine in 2005, they discovered something that shouldn't have been there. The torpedo compartment contained traces of mercury, confirming intelligence reports about Nazi chemical weapons, but sonar readings suggested additional cargo in sections of the submarine that remained sealed. The third submarine never appeared in any official records. Allied intelligence intercepted radio transmissions between Berlin and Tokyo that referenced Package 3 and gave coordinates 200 miles southeast of Hokkaido. The transmissions stopped abruptly on March 15, 1945. No distress signal was ever recorded. No wreckage was ever found. Heinrich Müller spent 4 decades searching for these lost vessels. A former Kriegsmarine radio operator, Müller had decoded the original transmission that mentioned Package 3. After the war, he emigrated to Japan and became obsessed with locating the missing submarine. His personal journals, discovered after his death in 1987, contained hand-drawn maps marking 37 potential search sites in the Sea of Japan. Müller's research led him to Yamamoto Industries, a fishing company based in Niigata. Company records from 1945 showed that 3 of their vessels had reported unusual sonar contacts during the final weeks of the war. The fishing boats had detected large metallic objects moving at depths and speeds that suggested submarines. More intriguingly, the fishermen described hearing grinding sounds from the seafloor weeks after the contacts disappeared. The grinding sounds stopped after 6 days. Local fishermen interpreted this as the ocean claiming whatever had fallen to the depths. Müller believed it meant something else entirely. Submarine hulls compressed under extreme pressure, he reasoned. But the process wasn't immediate. The sounds suggested that at least one vessel had settled on the bottom, with enough structural integrity to slowly collapse over several days. Modern treasure hunters face obstacles that go beyond simple logistics. The Sea of Japan averages 1,800 meters in depth, placing most potential search sites beyond the reach of conventional diving equipment. The seafloor consists of soft sediment that could have buried any wreckage decades ago. More problematically, the entire region sits within overlapping territorial claims by Japan, North Korea, South Korea, and Russia. Dr. Sarah Chen, a marine archaeologist at Tokyo University, attempted to organize a systematic search in 2019. Her team had secured funding and assembled the necessary deep-sea equipment, They had even obtained preliminary approval from Japanese maritime authorities. The project ended when North Korean patrol boats began intercepting research vessels operating near the coordinates mentioned in Muller's journals. The political complications mask a deeper uncertainty about what these submarines might have been carrying. German records from the final months of the war are notoriously incomplete. The Nazi leadership ordered the destruction of sensitive documents as Allied forces approached Berlin. What survived often contradicted itself or referenced operations that made little strategic sense. This uncertainty extends to the submarines themselves. While U-234 and U-864 appear in official German naval records, their mission parameters remain classified in Russian and American archives. The third submarine exists only in radio intercepts and Muller's personal research. No government has confirmed its existence, though none have definitively denied it either. The economics of deep-sea treasure hunting add another layer of complexity. Even if searchers could locate the submarines, extracting cargo from depths of 1,800 meters would cost millions of dollars. The operation would require specialized vessels, remotely operated vehicles, and months of careful excavation. The potential rewards would need to be extraordinary to justify such expenses. Those rewards might indeed be extraordinary. Conservative estimates suggest that Nazi forces looted approximately 600 tons of gold from occupied territories during the war. Allied forces recovered roughly 300 tons after Germany's surrender. The remainder disappeared into a network of hidden caches, secret bank accounts, and desperate final missions like the submarine runs to Japan. Independent researchers have identified at least 12 German submarines that attempted to reach Japanese waters during the war's final months. 3 were intercepted by Allied forces, 6 were confirmed sunk by enemy action. The remaining 3 simply vanished without trace. Their cargo manifests, where they exist at all, consistently list special materials without further specification. The special materials might have been industrial equipment, scientific instruments, or strategic documents. They might also have been something more valuable. Wehrmacht quartermasters kept detailed records of requisitioned gold throughout the war. Those records show significant withdrawals from German reserves during the period when the Japanese submarine missions were planned. The trail leads to occupied France, where German forces had systematically looted private collections and national treasures. Resistance fighters reported unusual activity at the port of Lorient during March 1945. German naval personnel were seen transferring heavy crates from armored trucks to waiting submarines. The loading took place during nighttime hours, and the crates required specialized lifting equipment. Similar reports emerged from the submarine pens at La Rochelle and Saint-Nazaire. In each case, witnesses described the same pattern: armored vehicles arriving under cover of darkness, heavy crates being carefully loaded, and submarines departing immediately afterward. The timing coincided with the final Japanese submarine missions. The truth lies beneath 1,800 meters of cold water somewhere in the Sea of Japan. 3 crews made the ultimate sacrifice, carrying their mysterious cargo toward a destination they never reached. Whether that cargo contained gold, uranium, or something else entirely remains one of the ocean's most carefully guarded secrets. The curious fate of submarine A1. When the Royal Navy's first submarine simply vanished during what should have been a routine test dive in 1904, the maritime world held its breath. But it was the discovery of HMS A1, 18 months later, that transformed a tragic accident into something far more unsettling. The submarine lay intact on the seabed, her hull unbreached. Yet inside, investigators found conditions that defied every known principle of submarine disaster. Lieutenant George Manserg had commanded A1 through dozens of successful dives before that March morning off Portsmouth. The Holland-class submarine, though primitive by modern standards, had proven reliable in British waters. Her crew of 11 knew every valve, every gauge, every sound she made beneath the waves. They'd descended countless times before, following procedures that had become second nature. None of them surfaced alive. The initial search yielded nothing. A1 had simply disappeared, leaving behind only an oil slick and the growing certainty that Britain's submarine program had claimed its first victims. Official reports cited navigational error, mechanical failure, or collision with a surface vessel. The Admiralty filed their paperwork and moved forward with submarine development. treating the loss as an unfortunate but explicable tragedy. Then, in October 1905, a fishing trawler's net snagged something substantial 12 miles southeast of the Nab Tower. What emerged from the depths challenged every assumption about A1's fate. The submarine rested upright, her conning tower intact, her hull showing no signs of catastrophic damage, no gaping holes, no crushed compartments, no evidence of the violent end that typically claimed submarines of that era. The salvage operation that followed revealed the first of many anomalies. A1's ballast tanks contained water, suggesting a controlled dive rather than an emergency descent. Her periscope remained in the raised position, indicating the crew had maintained visual contact with the surface until the final moments. Most puzzling of all, the submarine's hatches were sealed from the inside, with no signs of panic or desperate attempts to escape. Inside A1, investigators discovered a scene that departed from every known submarine disaster. The crew lay at their stations, some still gripping controls, others slumped over instruments they'd been monitoring. Their positioning suggested they'd remained conscious and functional well into whatever event had claimed them. Medical examination revealed no injuries, no signs of struggle, no evidence of the crushing pressure that should have accompanied catastrophic flooding. Dr. Edmund Blackwood, the naval physician who examined the bodies, noted their remarkable preservation. After 18 months on the seabed, the crew showed minimal decomposition, their tissues maintained in a state that puzzled contemporary medical science. More troubling still, several crew members exhibited expressions of profound confusion, as if they'd been grappling with something beyond their understanding in their final moments. The submarine's instruments told an equally puzzling story. Her depth gauge read 43 feet, well within safe operating parameters for the A1 class. Her compass spun freely, its needle unable to find magnetic north despite the instrument's previous reliability. The battery charge remained sufficient for hours of underwater operation, eliminating power failure as a cause. Every system appeared functional, every gauge within normal ranges. Official explanations focused on carbon monoxide poisoning from the submarine's gasoline engine, a known hazard in early submarines. The theory gained acceptance within naval circles, providing a tidy resolution to an otherwise inexplicable tragedy. Carbon monoxide was invisible, odorless, and could incapacitate a crew before they recognized the danger. It explained the peaceful positioning of the bodies, the lack of panic, the sealed hatches. Yet Dr. Blackwood's private notes, discovered decades later in Admiralty archives, revealed his doubts about the official verdict. The physician had tested for carbon monoxide exposure using the limited techniques available in 1905, finding levels insufficient to cause death. More significantly, he'd noted neurological symptoms in several crew members that suggested exposure to something far more exotic than engine exhaust. The submarine's logbook, partially legible despite its underwater sojourn, contained entries that troubled investigators. Lieutenant Mansurg had recorded unusual magnetic readings during A1's final dive, noting compass deviations that placed the submarine miles from her actual position. His final entry, written in an increasingly unsteady hand, mentioned interference from unknown source and instruments responding to external influence. Subsequent analysis of A1's hull revealed microscopic changes to her steel plating, alterations that suggested exposure to intense electromagnetic fields. The metal had acquired properties that contemporary metallurgy couldn't explain, becoming slightly magnetic in patterns that formed no recognizable configuration. Naval engineers studying the phenomenon concluded that A1 had encountered something that affected her structural integrity on a molecular level. The submarine's periscope, examined by optical specialists, showed similar anomalies. Its lenses had developed internal fractures that created prismatic effects, breaking light into unusual spectrums. The damage pattern suggested the periscope had been viewing something that emitted radiation beyond the visible range, something that had literally burned its image into the glass. Modern re-examination of A1's fate has introduced new possibilities while deepening old mysteries. Advances in understanding electromagnetic phenomena suggest the submarine might have encountered a natural occurrence that science hadn't yet recognized. Others point to the area's proximity to early radio transmission experiments, wondering if primitive wireless technology might have produced unexpected effects on submerged vessels. The crew's medical conditions, reanalyzed using contemporary knowledge of neurological disorders, reveal symptoms consistent with exposure to infrasound or extremely low-frequency vibrations. Such waves, generated by geological activity or atmospheric disturbances, can cause disorientation, hallucinations, and in extreme cases death. The theory explains the crew's confused expressions and their apparent inability to respond to their submarine's predicament, yet questions persist that no current theory adequately addresses. The preservation of both crew and equipment suggests environmental conditions inside A1 that differed markedly from the surrounding seawater. The electromagnetic effects on her hull indicate exposure to forces that shouldn't exist in nature. Most puzzling of all, the submarine's internal atmosphere showed trace elements that exist nowhere in Earth's oceans or atmosphere. HMS A1 rests now in naval archives, her hull cut apart for study, her secrets scattered among dusty files and forgotten reports. The crew received full military honors, their sacrifice remembered in official histories that omit the more troubling details of their discovery. But in the quiet corners of marine archaeology, their story continues to generate questions that pull at the edges of conventional understanding. The depths hold their secrets reluctantly, releasing them only when the surface world is ready to grapple with possibilities that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. The mystery of missing torpedoes. Between 1960 and 1988, the United States Navy launched over 14,000 test torpedoes into the world's oceans. According to official records, fewer than half were successfully recovered. The missing weapons represent approximately $2 billion in advanced technology that simply vanished beneath the waves. What happened to these sophisticated machines of war? Naval engineers designed them with multiple fail-safe systems, backup flotation devices, and powerful homing beacons. Yet thousands disappeared without explanation, leaving behind only questions that grow more troubling with each passing decade. The torpedo, despite its destructive purpose, represents one of humanity's most ingenious underwater achievements. These self-guided projectiles contain navigation systems that rival spacecraft, propulsion mechanisms that operate flawlessly in crushing depths, and explosive payloads precisely calibrated for maximum effect. They're built to survive impacts that would destroy conventional machinery, engineered to function in environments where human life cannot exist. So when they vanish, something significant has intervened. Commander James Walsh supervised torpedo testing operations off the coast of California throughout the 1970s. His team launched Mark 48 torpedoes into the Pacific, each one worth nearly $3 million in today's currency. The weapons would run their programmed courses, then surface for recovery. Walsh's crews became so efficient at retrieval that they rarely questioned the process, until March 1977, when everything changed. That morning, Walsh's team fired 6 torpedoes in succession. The weapons performed flawlessly during their underwater runs, transmitting telemetry data and following precise navigation patterns. Each torpedo was programmed to surface at predetermined coordinates after completing its mission profile. 5 surfaced on schedule. The 6th simply disappeared. Walsh's recovery team searched for 72 hours. They deployed sonar arrays, underwater cameras, and deep-sea submersibles. The torpedo's last known position showed it ascending toward the surface, its beacon transmitting normally, its systems functioning perfectly. Then silence. The missing weapon contained experimental guidance technology that the Navy had spent 8 years developing. Its loss triggered a classified investigation that lasted 6 months and involved 3 separate branches of military intelligence. The final report, partially declassified in 2003, concluded that the torpedo had suffered unknown system failure, resulting in total loss of asset. Walsh never accepted that explanation. In interviews decades later, he insisted that something had actively interfered with the weapon's recovery. The phenomenon extends far beyond American waters. Soviet naval records, released after the Cold War's end, document similar losses during their own torpedo testing programs. Between 1968 and 1985, the Soviet Navy lost nearly 300 test torpedoes in the Barents Sea alone. The weapons would function normally during their underwater operations, then fail to surface for recovery. Dr. Elena Volkov, a former Soviet naval engineer, spent her career analyzing these disappearances. Her research, published in limited circulation technical journals, identified patterns that military officials preferred to ignore. The missing torpedoes weren't randomly distributed across testing areas. They vanished in specific locations, often the same coordinates where previous weapons had disappeared. Volkov's data suggested that certain underwater regions actively prevented torpedo recovery. The weapons would approach these areas, transmit normal operational status, then cease all communication. Recovery teams would find nothing, despite deploying increasingly sophisticated search equipment. The implications troubled Volkov enough that she dedicated her retirement to understanding what she termed technological absorption zones, underwater regions where advanced machinery simply ceased to exist. Modern torpedo design includes multiple redundant systems specifically engineered to prevent total loss. Primary recovery beacons operate independently of navigation systems. Secondary flotation devices activate automatically if primary systems fail. Emergency transponders broadcast distress signals if weapons encounter unexpected conditions. Backup power systems maintain basic functions even after primary batteries fail. These safeguards make complete torpedo disappearance statistically impossible. Yet the losses continue. The USS Hampton reported a particularly unsettling incident during 2009 training exercises near the Aleutian Islands. The submarine fired a single Mark 48 torpedo at a target drone, a routine training scenario performed thousands of times throughout the Navy. The weapon's guidance systems functioned perfectly, its sonar tracking operated normally, and its communications remained clear throughout the exercise. The torpedo struck its target with precision, then activated its recovery protocols. Crew members watched on sonar displays as the weapon began its programmed ascent. The torpedo climbed steadily through the water column, its beacon transmitting location data every 30 seconds. At 400 feet below the surface, the weapon's signal changes character. Instead of the steady ping indicating normal ascent, the beacon transmitted a rapid series of pulses that sonar operators had never encountered. The pattern lasted exactly 47 seconds, then stopped completely. The Hampton's crew searched the area for 6 hours. They found debris from the destroyed target drone, scattered across several hundred yards of ocean floor. The torpedo that had successfully completed its mission simply wasn't there. Lieutenant Commander Sarah Chen, the Hampton's weapons officer, filed a detailed report describing the incident. She emphasized that the weapon had functioned perfectly until the moment of its disappearance. The torpedo's systems showed no signs of malfunction, no indication of structural failure, no evidence of external interference. Something had simply claimed it. The phenomenon has prompted classified research into what naval engineers euphemistically call asset retention failures. Multiple government agencies have investigated these losses, deploying increasingly sophisticated recovery equipment and developing new tracking technologies. The results remain classified, but retired personnel hint at discoveries that challenge conventional understanding of underwater physics. Dr. Michael Thornton, who spent 30 years designing torpedo recovery systems, believes the weapons encounter something in the deep ocean that existing science cannot explain. His research into magnetic anomalies, underwater current patterns, and deep-sea geology has identified correlations between torpedo disappearances and specific underwater formations. Thornton's findings suggest that the missing weapons aren't randomly lost through equipment failure. They're being actively prevented from surfacing by forces that operate according to unknown principles. The truth remains suspended in the dark water where these technological marvels vanished. Each missing torpedo represents not just lost equipment, but lost knowledge about what lies beneath the waves. The ocean keeps its secrets, and some of those secrets may be keeping our most advanced weapons as unwilling residents of the deep. Tonight, somewhere in the world's oceans, another torpedo will complete its mission and begin its journey toward the surface. The question isn't whether it will function properly during ascent. The question is whether something will allow it to return. Voyages of unexplained submarine signals. Between 1987 and 2003, submarine radio operators across 3 different navies logged something that shouldn't exist: identical signal patterns appearing simultaneously in the North Atlantic, Mediterranean, and South Pacific. The transmissions lasted exactly 47 seconds, occurred at 3-week intervals, and used no known encryption method. What made these signals truly unsettling wasn't their content. It was that they seemed to respond to submarine movements before those movements were even planned. Commander Elena Vasquez first encountered the phenomenon during a routine patrol aboard the USS Hartford in 1994. Her communications officer, Petty Officer Mark Chen, had been monitoring standard frequencies when an unfamiliar signal cut through the static. The transmission carried a rhythmic pulse, almost musical in nature, but embedded within it were data packets that their most advanced decryption systems couldn't crack. The strange thing, Chen would later write in his classified report, was that the signal seemed to know we were listening. The moment I adjusted our receiving frequency, the transmission shifted to match. It was like trying to tune into a radio station that was tuning into us. The Hartford incident might have been dismissed as equipment malfunction, but within hours, similar reports flooded in from Allied submarines across the globe. British HMS Turbulent, stationed near Gibraltar, logged an identical transmission at the exact same time. Even more puzzling, the Russian submarine Vepr, operating in the Barents Sea, detected the same signal pattern despite being thousands of miles away and theoretically outside any possible transmission range. Naval intelligence agencies began tracking what they internally designated as orphan signals, transmissions with no identifiable source, no clear purpose, and no respect for the known limitations of underwater communication. Traditional radio waves struggle to penetrate more than a few meters of seawater, yet these signals seem to reach submarines at crushing depths where conventional communication should be impossible. Dr. Sarah Martinez, a marine acoustic specialist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, spent 8 years analyzing recordings of these transmissions. Her findings challenged fundamental assumptions about underwater physics. The signals weren't following normal propagation patterns, she explains. They appeared to be originating from multiple points simultaneously, as if the ocean itself was generating them. The most disturbing aspect emerged when submarine commanders began noticing correlations between the signals and their operational orders. The USS Seawolf received an orphan signal on March 15, 1999, containing a complex mathematical sequence. 2 days later, the submarine was redirected to investigate sonar anomalies at coordinates that, when calculated using the signal's mathematical pattern, pointed to the exact location of a sunken Soviet submarine that had been lost for 30 years. Captain Robert Hayes, commanding the French submarine Amethyst, documented a similar experience. His crew detected an orphan signal while conducting exercises in the Bay of Biscay. The transmission contained what appeared to be sonographic data, detailed maps of underwater topography. When Hayes compared the data to their current position, he discovered the signal had accurately predicted the location of an unmapped underwater canyon that his submarine would encounter 6 hours later. These incidents suggested something beyond random transmission. The signals appeared to possess a form of temporal awareness, providing information about events that hadn't yet occurred. Military analysts struggled to explain how any technology could demonstrate such capabilities, especially operating from unknown locations in the deep ocean. The pattern became more complex when communications specialists noticed that multiple submarines receiving the same signal would interpret it differently. The USS Jimmy Carter might detect navigational data in a transmission, while the HMS Astute simultaneously decoded what appeared to be historical information about World War II convoy routes. It was as if the signals adapted their message based on the recipient's needs or mission parameters. In 2001, the Norwegian submarine HMS Urd encountered what may have been the most significant orphan signal event. While conducting Arctic research, the submarine detected a transmission that seemed to contain precise instructions for avoiding an underwater obstacle. Following the signal's guidance, the crew navigated around what sonar later revealed to be a massive ice formation that had broken free from the polar ice cap. Without the signal's warning, the submarine would have collided with the formation in complete darkness. The incident raised profound questions about the signal's apparent protective intent. Were these transmissions simply providing information, or were they actively guiding submarines away from danger? The implications suggested an intelligence monitoring submarine movements across the world's oceans, intervening when necessary to prevent catastrophic encounters. Intelligence agencies attempted to trace the signals using triangulation methods, but the results defied conventional understanding. The transmissions seemed to originate from impossible locations, points in the ocean where no known facilities existed, depths where no human technology could operate, and coordinates that shifted between transmissions as if the source itself was mobile. The most recent documented orphan signal occurred in 2003, detected simultaneously by submarines from 7 different nations. This final transmission contained what appeared to be a comprehensive map of deep-sea thermal vents, many of which wouldn't be discovered by marine scientists until years later. After this event, the signals simply stopped. No government has publicly acknowledged the existence of orphan signals, but former submarine personnel continue to share accounts of these encounters. Their testimonies describe a phenomenon that challenges our understanding of underwater communication, temporal causality, and the very nature of intelligence itself. The silence that followed the 2003 transmission raises its own questions. Did the source of these signals complete its purpose? Did advancing human technology somehow interfere with their transmission? Or are the signals still being broadcast, now beyond our ability to detect or understand them, in the deepest trenches of our oceans, where pressure and darkness create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth? Something once reached out to guide humanity's underwater explorers. Whether that guidance represented advanced human technology, natural phenomena beyond our current comprehension, or something else entirely, remains one of the most compelling mysteries of our modern age. The submarines that received these signals continue their patrols, their crews forever changed by contact with something that knew more about the ocean's secrets than we ever imagined possible. Vanishing beneath the waves, the Surcouf. In February 1942, a French submarine captain radioed a routine position report from the Caribbean. 3 days later, the Surcouf, the largest submarine ever built at the time, had vanished without explanation, taking with her 96 souls and a cargo manifest that certain governments would prefer remained classified. The official records tell conflicting stories. British naval intelligence logged the submarine's last transmission at 14:20 hours on February 18th. American Coastal Command recorded no such communication. French naval archives contain a gap where the Surcouf's final mission briefing should be filed. 3 allied nations, supposedly coordinating their war efforts, couldn't agree on the basic facts surrounding one of their most sophisticated vessels. Dr. Elizabeth Hartwell spent 7 years tracking down these discrepancies. Her research began innocently enough, a doctoral thesis on free French naval operations. But the deeper she dug into the Surcouf's service record, the more the official narrative began to unravel. Every time I thought I had the timeline established, she told me during our interview, another document would surface that contradicted everything I thought I knew. The submarine herself was remarkable. At 361 feet long, the Surcouf dwarfed her contemporaries. She carried not just torpedoes, but twin 8-inch naval guns mounted in a rotating turret, firepower that rivaled destroyers. Her hangar contained a float plane for reconnaissance. The French designed her as a commerce raider, capable of hunting enemy vessels across entire oceans without returning to port. When France fell in 1940, the Surcouf's crew faced an impossible choice: surrender to the Germans, join the Vichy regime, or sail to Britain and continue fighting under Charles de Gaulle. Commander George Briot chose the latter. Though British naval officers never quite trusted their new ally, the submarine's very existence challenged established naval doctrine, and her crew operated under a cloud of political suspicion. The final mission briefing, reconstructed from fragments scattered across multiple archives, outlined a patrol of the Caribbean shipping lanes. German U-boats were sinking Allied merchantmen at an alarming rate, and the Surcouf's unique capabilities made her ideal for hunting the hunters. But intelligence reports from the period suggest she carried more than just torpedoes. Maritime historian James Kellerman discovered references to special cargo item 7 inches in decoded German intercepts. The Axis powers were tracking something aboard the Surcouf, something important enough to dedicate significant resources to locating her. When I asked him about the nature of this cargo, Kellerman's response was careful. The documentation suggests it wasn't weapons or supplies. The Germans were using specific terminology that appears in other contexts related to archaeological materials. The morning of February 18, 1942, began routinely. Radio operator Pierre Dubois transmitted their position as 14 degrees north, 81 degrees west, roughly 60 miles northeast of the Yucatan Peninsula. Weather conditions were favorable. No enemy contacts had been reported in the area. The transmission ended with the standard maintaining patrol schedule notation. Then silence. Search efforts began immediately. though coordination between Allied forces proved problematic. American patrol aircraft covered the reported area for 6 days without results. British naval vessels altered their routes to support the search. The French government in exile pressured both nations to expand their efforts. No debris was ever found. The theories multiplied in the absence of evidence. German records captured after the war contained no claims of sinking the Surcouf. Japanese naval archives examined decades later showed no activity in the Caribbean during the relevant period. American coastal batteries reported no engagements with unidentified vessels. The lack of enemy action reports only deepened the mystery. Dr. Sarah Chen's 2019 analysis of ocean current patterns suggested that debris from a sinking in the reported position would have reached the Mexican coast within 72 hours. Local authorities from the period recorded no such findings. Either the Surcouf sank in a different location, or she didn't sink at all. The submarine's extraordinary range, over 10,000 nautical miles, meant she could have reached virtually any point in the Atlantic or Pacific. Her crew included specialists in long-range navigation who had operated in the Pacific before the war. Commander Briot himself had served briefly in French Indochina and possessed detailed knowledge of remote Pacific anchorages. In 1995, marine archaeologist Dr. Michael Torres received an anonymous package containing pages from what appeared to be a submarine log. The handwriting matched samples of Pierre Dubois' documentation from earlier in the war. The final entry, dated February 21, 1942, described unusual acoustic contacts and orders to investigate underwater structure. The package included coordinates that placed the submarine nearly 200 miles from her last reported position. Torres assembled a small team of researchers and, using privately raised funds, conducted a preliminary survey of the specified coordinates. What they found challenging conventional explanations. Sonar readings revealed geometric formations on the seafloor that appeared artificial in origin. The structures were too regular to be natural formations, too ancient to be modern construction. The team's second expedition, conducted in 1997, brought back photographic evidence of what appeared to be carved stone blocks arranged in deliberate patterns. Radiocarbon dating of marine organisms growing on the structures suggested they had been exposed to seawater for thousands of years. Yet the construction techniques showed similarities to 20th century engineering principles. Local fishermen in the area reported strange lights beneath the water during the early 1940s. Their accounts, dismissed by authorities at the time, described glowing objects moving in coordinated patterns along the seafloor. The phenomenon ceased abruptly in late February 1942. Around the time of the Surcouf's disappearance, Dr. Torres's team discovered fragments of what appeared to be French submarine equipment scattered near the underwater structures. The pieces were too corroded for positive identification, but their distribution pattern suggested they had been placed deliberately rather than scattered by a catastrophic sinking. The mystery deepened when researchers attempted to return to the site in 2003. Their permits were revoked by Mexican authorities without explanation. American naval officials, when contacted, claimed no knowledge of the underwater structures. The French government maintained that all materials related to the Surcouf remained classified for national security reasons. Today, the fate of the Surcouf remains officially unsolved. Her crew's families continue to seek answers. The submarine herself rests somewhere in the Caribbean depths, along with her secrets, her special cargo, and the truth about what happened during those final days of February 1942. Bloop and the slow mover. For decades, oceanographers dismissed the deep ocean's acoustic signature as predictable white noise. Then 1997 changed everything. A sound so profound it registered on hydrophones across the Pacific triggered the largest marine acoustic investigation in NOAA's history. They called it Bloop. The ultra-low frequency signal lasted just over 1 minute, but its implications stretched far beyond those 63 seconds. What emerged from the data wasn't just another unexplained ocean phenomenon. It was evidence of something massive moving through the depths at coordinates that shouldn't have supported anything of substantial size. Dr. Bult for Unpromils, Christopher Fox led the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory's acoustic monitoring program when Bloop surfaced in their archived recordings. The sound originated from a remote region roughly 1,760 kilometers west of Chile's southern coast. in waters where the abyssal plain drops to crushing depths of over 4,000 meters. The frequency signature suggested something enormous, far larger than any known marine life. The amplitude was consistent with a biological origin, Fox noted in his initial report, but the size required would have been unprecedented. NOAA's hydrophone network, originally designed to detect Soviet submarine activity during the Cold War, had been repurposed to monitor seismic activity and whale migrations. The sensors formed a triangulated web across the Pacific, each station capable of detecting acoustic events from thousands of kilometers away. When Bloop registered simultaneously across multiple stations, researchers could pinpoint its origin with remarkable precision. But precision only deepened the mystery. The coordinates led to a region where the ocean floor tells a complex geological story. Here, the Nazca Plate slides beneath the South American continent, creating a maze of underwater canyons and thermal vents. The area hosts unique ecosystems, colonies of tube worms, bacterial mats, and bioluminescent creatures that exist nowhere else on Earth. Yet nothing in this environment could account for Bloop's acoustic signature. What troubled researchers wasn't just the sound itself, but what followed. 3 months after Bloop's initial detection, the same hydrophone network began registering something else. A series of low-frequency acoustic events, barely detectable above background noise, appeared to be moving through the same general region. Unlike Bloop's brief, intense burst, these signals were faint and prolonged, sometimes lasting hours. The acoustic signature suggested something large, moving slowly through the water column, occasionally breaking the surface tension in ways that created minute pressure waves. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Chen first noticed the pattern while reviewing archived data from the Chilean monitoring station. The signals were almost subliminal, she recalled. Without computer enhancement, human ears would never detect them. But the frequency analysis showed something consistent with biological locomotion. The movement patterns defied conventional marine biology. Whatever was generating these signals traveled in straight lines across vast distances, maintaining depths that would be lethal to most known species. The acoustic footprint suggested something measuring between 60 and 100 meters in length, moving at roughly 3 kilometers per hour, a pace that suggested deliberate navigation rather than drifting with currents. Chen's team designated the phenomenon slow mover and began tracking its apparent route. The acoustic trail led through some of the Pacific's most isolated waters, following paths that avoided major shipping lanes and research stations. Over 18 months, they documented 17 separate detection events, each one fainter than the last, as if the source was gradually moving away from the hydrophone network. The timing troubled researchers. Bloop's initial detection coincided with increased seismic activity along the Peru-Chile Trench, a region where tectonic forces create some of Earth's most violent underwater earthquakes. Could seismic events have disturbed something that had remained hidden in the abyssal depths for decades or centuries? Dr. James Morrison, a deep-sea geologist at Woods Hole, proposed a disturbing possibility. The trench system contains unmapped caverns and underwater caves that could theoretically harbor large forms of life. If seismic activity compromised these environments, it might force creatures to abandon habitats they've occupied for extended periods. Morrison's theory gained credibility when satellite imagery revealed unusual surface disturbances along slow mover's projected path. Thermal sensors detected temperature anomalies in the water column, suggesting something was displacing large volumes of seawater. The disturbances appeared as faint but persistent temperature gradients, visible only in infrared spectrum analysis. The Chilean Navy, monitoring the region for submarine activity, reported several acoustic contacts that didn't match any known vessel signatures. Sonar operators described targets that appeared solid on passive sensors, but seemed to absorb active sonar pulses rather than reflecting them. The contacts maintained speeds and depths that eliminated conventional explanations. We've tracked nuclear submarines, whales, and geological phenomena, reported Commander Luis Hernandez. This was different. The acoustic signature was organic, but the behavior patterns suggested intelligence. By 2000, both Bloop and Slow Mover had faded from the hydrophone network. The final detection placed Slow Mover approximately 800 kilometers southwest of its original position, moving toward the deepest regions of the Pacific Basin. The acoustic trail simply ended, leaving researchers with terabytes of data and no definitive answers. NOAA officially classified Bloop as an iceberg calving event in 2005, pointing to similar acoustic signatures recorded near Antarctic ice shelves. The explanation satisfied bureaucratic requirements, but left critical questions unanswered. Iceberg calving events don't typically generate follow-up acoustic phenomena lasting 18 months. They don't create thermal anomalies or confuse naval sonar operators. The slow-mover data remains classified under marine security protocols, accessible only to researchers with specialized clearance. The few scientists who've reviewed the complete files describe acoustic signatures that challenge fundamental assumptions about deep-sea life and the ocean's capacity to hide large-scale phenomena. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have revealed that Earth's oceans remain largely unexplored. Less than 5% of the seafloor has been mapped in detail, and vast regions of the abyssal depths remain completely uninvestigated. The areas where Bloop and slow mover were detected represent some of the least understood marine environments on the planet. The connection between these two phenomena may be coincidence, but the timing suggests something more deliberate. In the vast silence of the deep ocean, where pressure exceeds human comprehension and perpetual darkness conceals ecosystems we're only beginning to understand, the acoustic signatures of 1997 represent a brief glimpse into mysteries that may take decades to unravel. The moon pool of the Gulf of Mexico. In 1994, a research submersible photographed something that shouldn't exist according to conventional marine geology. 3,000 feet beneath the Gulf of Mexico's surface, the crew captured images of what appeared to be an enormous underwater cavern filled with crystal-clear water, suspended like a liquid window within the ocean itself. The formation defied immediate explanation, and when marine geologists examined the footage, they found themselves looking at a phenomenon that challenged their understanding of deep-sea environments. These formations, dubbed moon pools by early deep-sea explorers, represent one of the ocean's most haunting mysteries. Unlike the crushing darkness that defines most abyssal regions, moon pools appear as luminous chambers where different water masses create distinct boundaries, forming what resembles an underwater lake within the sea. The Gulf of Mexico harbors dozens of these enigmatic structures, each one a portal into geological processes that remain poorly understood. Dr. Marina Santos, a marine geologist who has studied these formations for over 2 decades, describes her first encounter with a moon pool as profoundly unsettling. During a routine survey mission in 1998, her team's submersible descended into what sonar readings suggested was a standard seafloor depression. Instead, they found themselves hovering above a circular chamber roughly 50 meters in diameter, its interior filled with water so clear it seemed to glow against the surrounding darkness. The temperature readings showed water inside the pool measured nearly 20 degrees warmer than the surrounding ocean, creating thermal currents that gave the formation an almost breathing quality. The moon pools form through a complex interaction between underground geological features and the ocean's chemical composition. Deep beneath the Gulf of Mexico, massive salt deposits create unstable foundations that occasionally collapse, forming sinkholes on the ocean floor. When these collapses occur, they create cavities that fill with water carrying different mineral contents and temperatures than the surrounding seawater. The result is a distinct boundary between water masses, creating the illusion of a separate body of water suspended within the ocean itself. What makes these formations particularly mysterious is their apparent ability to preserve organic matter in ways that shouldn't be possible at such depths. Research teams have discovered intact wooden artifacts, plant materials, and even preserved animal remains within moon pools that show minimal signs of decay, despite being submerged for decades. The unique chemical composition of the water within these chambers seems to create preservation conditions that standard marine environments cannot replicate. Commercial fishermen working the Gulf have reported encountering moon pools for generations, often describing them as windows to another world or breathing holes in the ocean floor. Captain James Morrison, who has worked these waters for 40 years, recalls an incident in 2003 when his fishing nets became entangled in what initially appeared to be a standard underwater formation. When divers descended to free the equipment, they discovered the nets had fallen into a moon pool that extended far deeper than anyone had anticipated. The divers reported feeling disoriented by the clear water boundaries and described an unsettling sensation of being watched from within the chamber's depths. The folklore surrounding moon pools extends beyond simple maritime superstition. Historical records from Spanish colonial periods mention indigenous accounts of underwater caves that served as gateways to spiritual realms. These stories, dismissed by early colonial authorities as primitive mythology, now seem to align remarkably well with modern scientific observations of moon pool formations. The indigenous descriptions of breathing water and chambers of the ancestors match contemporary accounts of the thermal activity and preservation properties found within these structures. Recent technological advances have allowed researchers to explore moon pools more thoroughly, but each investigation seems to generate more questions than answers. In 2018, a team from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution deployed autonomous underwater vehicles to map the internal structure of several large moon pools. The data revealed that many of these formations extend far deeper than surface observations suggested, with some chambers reaching depths of over 200 meters below the seafloor. More troubling, the vehicles detected what appeared to be artificial structures within several moon pools, geometric formations that don't match any known geological processes. The chemical analysis of moon pool water reveals an unusual composition that includes trace elements not typically found in Gulf of Mexico seawater. These elements suggest the water originates from underground sources that have been isolated from surface contact for potentially thousands of years. The implications of this discovery extend beyond marine geology, as it suggests the existence of vast underground water systems that may harbor entirely unique ecosystems. Temperature fluctuations within moon pools follow patterns that researchers initially attributed to geothermal activity, but subsequent studies have revealed temperature changes that occur too rapidly and regularly to be explained by underground heat sources. Some formations show temperature variations that follow lunar cycles, leading to speculation about gravitational influences on underwater geological processes. The connection between lunar activity and moon pool behavior remains one of the most intriguing aspects of these formations. The preservation effects observed within moon pools have attracted attention from archaeologists and historians seeking to understand the Gulf's human history. Several moon pools contain artifacts that appear to be significantly older than the documented history of human activity in the region. Wooden tools, pottery fragments, and even structural remains have been recovered from moon pools in states of preservation that shouldn't be possible given the estimated age of the materials. Military interest in moon pools has intensified in recent years, though official sources provide limited information about research activities. Declassified documents suggest that during the Cold War, both American and Soviet naval forces investigated moon pools as potential hiding places for submarines or underwater equipment. The natural camouflage provided by the thermal and chemical differences between moon pool water and surrounding seawater could theoretically mask the presence of underwater vehicles from sonar detection. The psychological effects reported by divers and submersible crews who encounter moon pools represent another dimension of the mystery. Personnel consistently describe feelings of unease, disorientation, and the sensation of being observed while investigating these formations. Some researchers suggest these effects result from the unusual visual properties of the clear water boundaries, which can create optical illusions and spatial disorientation. Others propose that the unique acoustic properties of moon pools may affect human perception in ways that aren't fully understood. As deep-sea exploration technology continues to advance, moon pools remain one of the ocean's most compelling mysteries. Each new discovery seems to expand rather than resolve the questions surrounding these formations, suggesting that the Gulf of Mexico's underwater caverns may hold secrets that challenge our fundamental understanding of marine environments and the history they preserve. The Myth of New Atlantis. The sonar readings from the research vessel Atlantis didn't match any known geological formation. 300 miles north of the Azores, at a depth of nearly 2 miles, the seafloor displayed structures that defied conventional explanation. Rectangular foundations, stepped pyramids, what appeared to be a network of channels carved with geometric precision into the Atlantic seabed. Dr. Marina Santos had been studying deep-sea geology for 15 years. She'd mapped underwater volcanoes, documented hydrothermal vents, and cataloged the remnants of ancient landslides, But the formations her team discovered in 2019 challenged everything she understood about natural seafloor development. The coordinates placed them directly within the region Plato had described as the realm of Atlantis, not the mythical city itself, but the waters where he claimed an advanced civilization had once flourished before vanishing beneath the waves 9,000 years before his time. Santos wasn't searching for Atlantis. Her mission focused on documenting previously unmapped sections of the mid-Atlantic ridge. The discovery happened by accident during a routine bathymetric survey. The first anomaly appeared on their screens at 0347 hours on a foggy September morning, a series of parallel lines too regular to be natural, too large to be shipwrecks. The initial sonar sweep revealed structures spanning nearly 40 square kilometers, rectangular depressions arranged in what appeared to be a grid pattern, raised platforms connected by channels that seemed to follow deliberate engineering principles. The formations lay scattered across the seafloor like the foundation of an enormous complex, partially buried under millennia of marine sediment. Traditional archaeology suggests that no advanced civilization possessed the technology to construct such extensive underwater installations 9,000 years ago. The structures predate known examples of monumental architecture by several millennia, yet the sonar data indicated construction techniques that displayed sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering and urban planning. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist who had previously challenged conventional dating of ancient monuments, examined the preliminary findings. His analysis revealed something unexpected. The rock formations showed signs of extensive water weathering, but the patterns of erosion suggested they had been submerged for far longer than conventional timelines would permit. The geometric precision troubled other researchers. Natural geological processes don't typically produce intersecting channels that meet at perfect right angles. Underwater currents don't carve stepped platforms with uniform dimensions. The probability of random seafloor movement creating such organized patterns approaches mathematical impossibility. Remote-operated vehicles deployed to the site captured video footage that deepened the mystery. The structures appeared to be constructed from megalithic stone blocks, some weighing an estimated 50 tons or more. The blocks showed evidence of precise cutting and fitting techniques. Joints between stones remained so tight that the ROV's cameras couldn't detect gaps or mortar lines. Carbon dating of organic material trapped within the stone formations yielded dates ranging from 8,000 to 12,000 years ago. These results aligned remarkably well with Plato's timeline for the destruction of Atlantis. The correlation seemed too precise to be coincidental, yet too controversial to be readily accepted by mainstream archaeology. The discovery attracted attention from unexpected quarters. Indigenous traditions from the Azores speak of islands that once extended much farther into the Atlantic. Local fishermen have passed down stories of their ancestors visiting lands that no longer exist above sea level. These oral histories, previously dismissed as folklore, suddenly gained new relevance. Geological evidence supports the possibility of significant land masses in the region during the last ice age. Sea levels stood approximately 400 feet lower than current measurements. The continental shelf extended much farther into the Atlantic, potentially supporting substantial land masses where only deep ocean exists today. Dr. Santos faced institutional resistance when she proposed extended investigation of the site. Funding committees questioned the archaeological implications of her geological findings. Marine archaeology departments expressed skepticism about claims that challenged established timelines of human civilization. The controversy intensified when additional surveys revealed what appeared to be harbor installations. Artificial channels carved into the seafloor showed dimensions suitable for large vessels. Stone breakwaters extended into deeper water, suggesting sophisticated understanding of marine engineering principles. 3 separate dating methods applied to the breakwater structures produced consistent results. The installations had been constructed during the Younger Dryas period, approximately 11,000 years ago. This timeframe coincided with rapid sea level rise that would have submerged coastal civilizations within a few centuries. The implications extended beyond archaeology into geology itself. If the structures were indeed artificial, their construction would have required advanced quarrying techniques, precision stone cutting, and the ability to move massive blocks across considerable distances. Such capabilities suggested technological sophistication that predated known examples by thousands of years. Independent verification came from an unexpected source. Declassified military sonar surveys from the 1970s showed identical formations in the same location. The data had been collected during submarine tracking exercises, but never analyzed for archaeological significance. The consistency between military and civilian findings eliminated the possibility of equipment malfunction or data corruption. The discovery prompted re-examination of similar formations in other ocean basins. Megalithic structures off the coasts of Japan, India, and the Mediterranean displayed comparable construction techniques and equivalent dating results. The pattern suggested a global network of coastal civilizations that had been simultaneously devastated by rising sea levels. Critics argued that the formations resulted from natural geological processes not yet fully understood. Underwater volcanic activity, they suggested, might create structures that mimicked artificial construction. Tectonic movement could arrange stone blocks in patterns that appeared deliberately planned. However, volcanic processes don't explain the precision of the stone cutting or the consistent architectural principles observed across multiple sites. Natural tectonic activity doesn't produce uniform block dimensions or create integrated harbor systems with artificial channels. The question remains unresolved. The structures exist, captured in thousands of hours of sonar data and underwater video footage. Their age has been confirmed through multiple dating methods. Their artificial nature appears increasingly probable with each new survey. Yet mainstream archaeology continues to struggle with the implications. Accepting the structures as evidence of advanced prehistoric civilization would require fundamental revision of established timelines and capabilities of ancient peoples. The myth of New Atlantis may not be mythology at all, but collective memory of a world that vanished beneath the waves when the Ice Age ended and the oceans reclaimed their current boundaries. The truth lies buried under 2 miles of Atlantic water, waiting for technology and courage to match the scale of its implications. The quiet epiphany of Trieste, when Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard descended into the deepest known point on Earth in 1960, they expected to find nothing. The scientific consensus was absolute. No life could survive the crushing pressure 7 miles down in the Mariana Trench. Yet at 35,813 feet below the surface, peering through the thick porthole of the bathyscaphe Trieste, they witnessed something that would quietly revolutionize our understanding of life itself. The Trieste wasn't built for comfort. This steel sphere, just 6 feet in diameter, dangled beneath a massive gasoline-filled float tank like a deep-sea elevator to hell. The men inside could barely move, their breath fogging the small windows as they descended through layers of ocean that had never known sunlight. For 5 hours they sank through complete darkness, the only sounds being the occasional crack of the hull adjusting to pressure that would crush a human body in milliseconds. Walsh, a young Navy lieutenant, later described the descent as meditation through terror. Every 1,000 feet brought exponentially greater pressure. At 20,000 feet, they heard a sharp crack that echoed through their tiny chamber, a crack in the outer window. They had 2 choices: abort the mission or continue into the abyss with compromised equipment. They chose to continue. The pressure at the bottom of Challenger Deep is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level. Imagine the weight of 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square inch. The water temperature hovers just above freezing. No sunlight has ever penetrated these depths. According to everything science knew about life in 1960, this environment was as hostile to living organisms as the vacuum of space. But as the Trieste's lights pierced the eternal darkness of the ocean floor, Walsh saw movement. A flatfish, pale and ethereal, glided past their porthole. Then another. Life, not just surviving, but thriving in conditions that should have made existence impossible. In that moment, witnessing what no human had ever seen, Walsh experienced what he would later call a quiet epiphany. The ocean wasn't empty at its deepest point. It was full of mysteries. The official records of the dive are surprisingly brief. The 2 men spent only 20 minutes on the bottom, their mission parameters allowing minimal time for observation. They took photographs, though most would later prove too blurred to provide clear evidence of what they'd seen. They collected no samples. They made no extended observations. 20 minutes to witness what no human had ever witnessed, in a place no human has returned to since. Yet those 20 minutes changed everything. The creatures Walsh and Piccard observed shouldn't have existed according to the biological understanding of pressure tolerance. The xenophyophores, Massive single-celled organisms the size of dinner plates thrived in the crushing depths. Amphipods, tiny shrimp-like creatures, scavenged along the seafloor. An entire ecosystem existed in conditions previously thought uninhabitable. The implications rippled through the scientific community slowly, quietly. If life could exist in the most extreme environment on Earth, what did that mean for the possibility of life elsewhere? The creatures of Challenger Deep became the first proof that life could adapt to conditions previously thought impossible. They became the foundation for astrobiology, the study of potential life on other worlds. But here's what the official reports don't mention. Walsh and Piccard saw something else down there, something they agreed never to discuss publicly. In interviews decades later, Walsh would only say that some discoveries are too significant to share immediately. Some observations require time to understand their full implications. The Trieste's dive was not just a descent into the ocean's deepest point. It was a journey into the unknown that revealed the known world was far stranger than anyone imagined. The bathyscaphe itself would never dive again to such depths. It sits now in the Navy Museum, a testament to human courage and engineering, but also to the quiet moments when our understanding of life itself fundamentally changes. The creatures Walsh and Piccard encountered have since been studied extensively through unmanned vehicles and remote photography. Scientists have cataloged hundreds of species living in the deepest trenches. They've discovered that these organisms have evolved unique proteins that remain stable under extreme pressure. They've found that life in the deep ocean trenches might represent some of the oldest evolutionary lineages on Earth. Yet something about that first encounter remains unexplained. The fish that Walsh observed, the pale flatfish that glided past their porthole, has never been positively identified. No subsequent expedition has documented a similar creature. Either it was a species that has since disappeared from Challenger Deep, or it was something that existed only in that moment, witnessed by two men in a steel sphere 7 miles below the surface. The Trieste's voyage represents more than a record dive. It represents the moment when humanity realized that our planet still held secrets in its deepest places. The quiet epiphany that Walsh experienced, watching life move through the crushing darkness, echoes through every subsequent deep-sea discovery. Every strange creature pulled from the abyssal plains, every hydrothermal vent ecosystem, every discovery of life in impossible places, traces back to that 20-minute window when two men saw what no one had ever seen. The ocean keeps its secrets well. The deepest places on Earth remain largely unexplored, visited by humans only once in history. The Trieste's dive opened a door to understanding that we're still walking through today. In the crushing depths where life should not exist, Walsh and Piccard found not emptiness but wonder. Not death, but a quiet, persistent form of life that had been waiting millions of years for someone to witness it. That pale fish, gliding through the darkness 7 miles down, continues to swim through the depths of marine biology, a ghost of discovery that reminds us how much we still don't know about the world beneath the waves. Disappearance of HMS Affray. The Royal Navy's official inquiry lasted 3 years, spanned thousands of pages, and concluded with one of the most unsatisfying explanations in maritime history. HMS Affray, a 120-ton submarine carrying 75 souls, had simply vanished during what should have been a routine training exercise off the English coast. The date was April 16, 1951. The cause, according to the Admiralty, was a snorkel valve failure. Case closed. Except the case was never really closed, was it? 3 separate rescue operations, involving vessels from 5 different nations, combed 32,000 square miles of seabed. When divers finally located Affray's broken hull 2 months later, they found something that made seasoned naval investigators question everything they thought they knew about submarine disasters. The evidence didn't match the explanation. Not even close. Lieutenant Commander John Blackburn had commanded Affray through 18 months of flawless operations. His crew knew the boat's systems, like musicians know their instruments. These weren't novices learning the ropes on some aging vessel. This was a modern submarine, with an experienced crew, conducting a standard training dive in familiar waters. The last transmission came at 21:17 hours. Diving now, standard procedure, standard words. Nothing in Blackburn's voice suggested distress or concern. Radio operators described his tone as calm, professional, routine. Whatever happened next occurred without warning, without time for an emergency signal, without any indication that 75 men were about to disappear from the world. When the search began at first light, investigators expected to find survivors clustered around emergency beacons. They found nothing, not a single piece of debris, no oil slick, no evidence that a submarine had ever existed in these waters. The sea had swallowed Affray completely. The Royal Navy deployed every available resource. HMS Reclaim, the service's most advanced salvage vessel, anchored over the search area. Deep-sea cameras swept the ocean floor in methodical patterns. Sonar operators listened for any metallic signature that might indicate a submarine's presence. Day after day, they found nothing but sand, rock, and the occasional curious fish. Then came the phone calls. Widows of the missing crew members began reporting something extraordinary. They described vivid dreams, all remarkably similar, all occurring within the same narrow time frame. In these dreams, their husbands appeared to them, not as drowning men or victims of some mechanical failure, but as figures surrounded by an otherworldly light. The men seemed calm, peaceful even, but they conveyed a message that left the women deeply unsettled. They were somewhere else, somewhere beyond the reach of conventional search and rescue. The Navy dismissed these accounts as grief-induced hallucinations. Dr. Reef-induced hallucinations. Margaret Whitmore, a psychiatrist consultant brought in to counsel the families, documented over 40 separate incidents of what she termed anomalous contact experiences. Her classified report, portions of which weren't declassified until 1989, noted patterns that couldn't be explained by conventional theories of bereavement psychology. Meanwhile, the search continued. On June 14th, nearly 2 months after Affray's disappearance, sonar operators aboard HMS Reclaim detected a large metallic object resting in 278 feet of water. The dimensions matched those of the missing submarine. Divers descended through the murky depths to confirm what everyone already knew: they had found Affray. But the condition of the wreck raised more questions than it answered. The submarine lay upright on the seabed, its hull intact, except for a section of the conning tower that had been completely severed. The break was clean, too clean according to metallurgical experts who examined photographs from the dive. Moreover, the hull showed no signs of the catastrophic implosion that should have accompanied a sudden diving emergency at that depth. Inside the submarine, investigators found the crew positioned at their stations, as though death had come instantaneously. There were no signs of struggle, no evidence that the men had attempted to reach emergency equipment or escape hatches. They appeared to have simply stopped. One moment they were conducting a routine training exercise, the next they were gone. The official investigation focused on the snorkel valve, a device that allowed the submarine to run its diesel engines while remaining submerged. The theory suggested that the valve had failed catastrophically, flooding the engine compartment and causing the submarine to sink rapidly. It was a plausible explanation, supported by the Admiralty's need to provide closure for grieving families and maintain confidence in the submarine service. But several elements didn't fit this narrative. First, the flooding patterns inside the submarine were inconsistent with a snorkel valve failure. Water damage appeared to be minimal, far less than would be expected from such a catastrophic flood. Second, the crew's positioning suggested they had remained at their stations throughout whatever event claimed their lives. A flooding emergency would have triggered immediate evacuation procedures, yet there was no evidence these protocols had been initiated. Most puzzling of all were the electrical systems. Despite months underwater, several of Affray's instruments remained partially functional when divers reached them. The submarine's batteries, which should have been completely drained by the flooding, still held a residual charge. Electronics that should have been destroyed by saltwater corrosion showed minimal damage. Lieutenant Commander Peter Voss, who led the diving investigation, submitted a confidential report that contradicted the official findings. His observations, sealed for 30 years, described what he termed anomalous conditions inside the submarine. The crew appeared to have died, not from drowning or poisoning, but from some form of instantaneous system failure that affected their nervous systems simultaneously. The families never accepted the official explanation. They formed an informal group, meeting regularly to share information and compare their experiences. Several members reported ongoing contact with the deceased crew members, describing encounters that continued for years after the disaster. These weren't isolated incidents or the products of individual grief. They followed consistent patterns and contained specific details that couldn't be explained by normal psychological processes. Perhaps most intriguingly, 3 separate families reported receiving detailed technical information about submarine operations through these encounters, information that proved accurate when later verified by naval experts. How could grieving widows, with no technical background, receive precise details about submarine systems through what the Navy dismissed as hallucinations? The mystery of HMS Affray persists because the official explanation fails to account for the evidence. 75 men didn't simply die in a mechanical failure. They vanished from our understanding of what's possible beneath the waves. Their fate remains suspended between the documented facts and the realm of phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about life, death, and the nature of consciousness itself. In the deep waters off the English coast, questions linger like shadows in the abyss, waiting for someone brave enough to seek answers that may be more extraordinary than we ever imagined. The Secret Circumnavigation. 3 decades before the nuclear submarine Nautilus made headlines for its historic journey beneath the Arctic ice, classified documents hint at an impossible feat. A submarine, its identity scrubbed from official records, allegedly completed a full circumnavigation of the globe entirely submerged, threading through polar passages that weren't supposed to exist on any chart. The story emerges from fragments, a logistics officer's diary discovered in a Montreal estate sale, mentioning fuel calculations that made no sense for known vessels. Radio intercepts from 1927 that reference a phantom transit through coordinates that place the transmission somewhere beneath the Greenland ice shelf. Most intriguingly, a Norwegian fishing captain's log describing a periscope sighting in waters where no nation claimed to operate submarines. If true, this voyage would have preceded every official milestone of underwater exploration by a generation. The technical challenges alone seem insurmountable for the era. Submarines of the 1920s struggled to remain submerged for more than 24 hours without surfacing. Their battery systems couldn't support extended underwater operations. Their hulls weren't designed for the crushing pressures of deep polar waters, yet the evidence refuses to disappear entirely. The first concrete trace appears in the private papers of Admiral Sir Reginald Plunkett Ernle Early Drax, discovered only in 1982 when his estate was being cleared. Buried among routine naval correspondence was a brief telegram dated September 1927. Leviathan protocol confirmed. Full circuit achieved. Recommend immediate classification review. The telegram bore no return address, no signature, no identifying marks beyond a reference number that corresponds to no known British naval operation. Leviathan protocol. The phrase appears nowhere in official Royal Navy documentation. When maritime historians attempted to trace its origin, they encountered what one researcher described as a deliberate absence of information. Files that should have contained operational details for that period had been removed, not destroyed, removed. The gaps were too precise, too systematic to be coincidental. The Norwegian fishing captain, Christian Nordahl, recorded his sighting on October 3, 1927, approximately 90 miles northeast of Svalbard. His log describes a periscope cutting through pack ice, followed by what he termed a disturbance in the water, unlike anything natural. Nordahl noted the temperature, minus 18 degrees Celsius. The ice thickness in that region during October would have measured at least 4 feet. No submarine technology of that era could safely surface through such conditions, let alone navigate beneath them. More troubling is what Nordahl observed next. He described the water around the disturbance as unnaturally warm, with steam rising from the surface despite the Arctic conditions. This detail suggests a propulsion system generating significant heat, something far beyond the capabilities of conventional submarines in 1927. The logistics officer's diary provides the most technical evidence. Lieutenant Commander Arthur Blackwood of the Royal Canadian Navy kept meticulous records of fuel requisitions and supply transfers during his posting at Halifax. His entries from August through November 1927 show repeated requests for special provisions that included quantities of food, fresh water, and fuel oil that exceeded the capacity of any known vessel. On August 22, Blackwood recorded, Received instructions to prepare provisions for extended voyage, duration unspecified. Fuel requirements suggest range of 40,000 nautical miles minimum. No vessel in current service requires such capacity for standard operations. The entry continues with calculations showing that such fuel loads would only make sense for a craft attempting continuous underwater operation for several months. The mathematics are staggering. A circumnavigation of the globe following the most direct underwater route would require approximately 21,000 nautical miles of travel. But traveling beneath polar ice, avoiding detection, and navigating through unmapped underwater passages could easily double that distance. The fuel requirements alone would have necessitated either multiple secret refueling operations or a vessel far larger than anything officially acknowledged to exist. Radio intercepts from the period add another layer of mystery. The Norwegian government's Signals Intelligence Division, established in 1926, documented a series of encrypted transmissions between September and December 1927. The signals originated from coordinates that traced a path around the globe, always from positions indicating deep underwater transmission. The encryption was sophisticated enough that Norwegian cryptographers couldn't break it at the time. What makes these intercepts particularly significant is their timing. The position suggested a vessel traveling eastward from the North Atlantic, through Arctic waters, then emerging in the Pacific before disappearing near the Drake Passage. The final transmission was intercepted from coordinates south of Cape Horn, exactly where a submarine would need to position itself for the most challenging portion of a polar circumnavigation. The project would have required backing from a major naval power. The resources, the technology, the operational security, these elements point to a state-level operation. But every major navy from the period denies any knowledge of such an undertaking. The British Admiralty, the United States Navy, the German Kriegsmarine, the Soviet Northern Fleet, all claim no involvement in submarine operations matching this description. This universal denial creates its own puzzle. If no official navy conducted this operation, then who possessed the technology and resources to attempt it? The alternative explanations venture into territory that maritime historians approach with considerable skepticism. Some researchers propose the involvement of a private organization with access to advanced submarine technology. Others suggest a joint operation between multiple nations, kept secret to avoid international complications. A few theorize that the submarine was a prototype vessel, years ahead of its time, tested in absolute secrecy. The most unsettling possibility is that the craft succeeded in its mission, completing a full circumnavigation without detection, only to disappear entirely from history along with its crew and technology. The implications of such an achievement in 1927 would have been profound. It would have demonstrated underwater capabilities that the world wouldn't officially achieve for another 3 decades. Today, the fragments remain scattered across private collections and obscure archives. The Norwegian radio intercepts are housed in Oslo's Military History Museum. Blackwood's diary was donated to the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic in Halifax. Admiral Plunkett Ernle Early Drax's papers rest in a private collection in Surrey, their contents largely uncatalogued. Each piece of evidence, examined alone, might be dismissed as coincidence or misidentification. Together, they suggest something far more significant, a secret voyage that challenged every assumption about submarine capabilities in the 1920s. The question isn't whether such a circumnavigation was possible, but whether someone actually achieved it and managed to erase almost every trace of the accomplishment. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but sometimes, in the spaces between official records, the truth surfaces just enough to remind us how much remains hidden beneath the waves. The Woods Hole Knudsen Mystery. For over 70 years, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has peered into the ocean's depths with instruments that translate the seafloor's silence into readable data. Their sonar arrays sweep across underwater mountains and valleys, mapping territories that have never known sunlight. The work is methodical, scientific, predictable, until 1994, when their most sensitive equipment began detecting something that shouldn't exist. The Knudsen Sub-Bottom Profiler, a sophisticated device capable of penetrating sediment layers thousands of feet below the ocean floor, started recording patterns that defied every known geological process. Dense, geometric formations buried beneath millions of years of accumulated debris, structures that appeared to pulse with their own internal rhythm, creating acoustic shadows that bent sound waves in impossible directions. Dr. Robert Ballard, the same oceanographer who discovered the Titanic, was among the first to examine these readings. His initial assessment was cautious but troubled. The formations displayed characteristics that belonged to no known mineral composition, no recognized tectonic activity, no documented underwater phenomenon. They seemed to exist in a state of constant, subtle motion, as if breathing beneath the weight of the deep. The readings came from multiple locations across the Atlantic basin, always at depths exceeding 12,000 feet. Each site showed similar characteristics: perfectly symmetrical structures arranged in patterns that suggested deliberate construction. The acoustic density readings indicated materials harder than granite, yet they appeared to absorb certain sound frequencies entirely while reflecting others with unusual clarity. Marine geologist Dr. Helen Martinez spent 18 months analyzing the data, cross-referencing it with known underwater formations, volcanic activity, and mineral deposits. Her conclusion was as unsettling as it was definitive. These structures predated any known geological formation in the region by millions of years, yet they demonstrated properties that suggested they were somehow actively maintained. The most disturbing discovery came when researchers noticed that the formations appeared to respond to the sonar probes themselves. When the Knudsen equipment sent its acoustic pulses downward, the buried structures would shift slightly, as if acknowledging the contact. The response patterns were consistent across different sites, suggesting a level of coordination that challenged every assumption about deep-sea geology. Dr. Martinez's team documented what they termed harmonic resonance events, moments when the structures would emit their own acoustic signatures, creating complex wave patterns that traveled for hundreds of miles across the ocean floor. These emissions occurred at regular intervals, always during the deepest part of the night, always lasting exactly 17 minutes and 43 seconds. The mathematical precision of these events caught the attention of specialists outside the field of oceanography. Cryptographers noted that the acoustic patterns contained sequences that resembled encrypted communications. Physicists observed that the wave frequencies matched theoretical models for dimensional membrane vibrations. Archaeologists pointed out that the structural arrangements bore striking similarities to ancient temple complexes, scaled up to impossible proportions. Perhaps most unsettling were the biological anomalies detected near each site. Deep-sea creatures exhibited behavioral patterns that had never been documented at such extreme depths. Bioluminescent organisms gathered in vast congregations directly above the buried structures, creating light displays visible from research vessels miles away. The creatures appeared to be responding to signals emanating from below, participating in some form of communication that transcended the boundaries between organic and inorganic matter. When Woods Hole attempted to deploy deep-sea drilling equipment to obtain physical samples, the results were consistently inexplicable. Drill bits designed to penetrate solid rock would encounter what felt like impenetrable barriers just inches above the structures. The equipment would function normally in the surrounding sediment, but became completely ineffective when approaching the anomalous formations. The few samples that were recovered from the periphery of these sites contained microscopic crystalline structures that defied classification. They appeared to be composed of elements that existed in combinations that shouldn't be stable under Earth's atmospheric conditions. When subjected to laboratory analysis, the crystals would dissolve completely, leaving no trace of their former existence. Dr. Ballard privately theorized that the structures might represent evidence of a previous civilization that had achieved a level of technological advancement far exceeding our current capabilities. The precision of the construction, the apparent longevity of the materials, and the sophisticated communication systems suggested intelligence that had mastered principles of physics we were only beginning to understand. Other researchers proposed more radical explanations. The dimensional properties of the acoustic emissions, combined with the impossible material characteristics, suggested the possibility of structures existing partially in our reality and partially in adjacent dimensional space. This would explain their ability to remain stable over geological time periods while maintaining active properties that required constant energy input. The most disturbing theory came from a classified military analysis that was later leaked to the scientific community. Intelligence specialists had concluded that the formations were not merely responding to sonar probes, but were actively scanning our surface activities. The harmonic resonance events corresponded exactly with the passage of military vessels and commercial shipping lanes, suggesting a level of awareness that extended far beyond the ocean floor. By 1997, Woods Hole had quietly suspended all research related to the Knudsen anomalies. Official reports cited budget constraints and shifting research priorities, but internal documents revealed concerns about the escalating nature of the phenomena. The structures were becoming increasingly active, their acoustic emissions growing stronger and more frequent. The final recorded observation came from an unmanned submersible that had been monitoring one of the sites for unusual activity. The vehicle's cameras captured images of the seafloor actually reshaping itself, as if the buried structures were rising closer to the surface. The transmission ended abruptly, and the submersible was never recovered. Today, the data remains locked in Woods Hole's archives, accessible only to researchers with the highest security clearances. The few scientists who have studied the complete files speak of discoveries that challenge our fundamental understanding of time, space, and the nature of intelligence itself. They describe evidence of a presence that has been waiting beneath the waves for far longer than our species has existed, watching, calculating, perhaps preparing for a